78 for 271, and also cashed in the 5K 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores. And then 12 days later, so these three events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, second out of 474 in the 6 max 10K. Three massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner-up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like I was just happy to finally, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now like have like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, the 2.5K 6 max came third, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which like to anyone who doesn't know is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left, and I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand, which didn't really bother me because like live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind, and he's called, and I was kind of short step, and it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak, and I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, and then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping it over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another. I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute, and then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand. But obviously, it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K 6 max was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match, had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
I worked on that heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament, because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we're still weren't in the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of, there was a mutual agreement almost, but hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone like I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like free off the money. Bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us, buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back, I get kings on the big blind, kings when the guy in the big blind is not even there. And Johnny Lawton raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in. He just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash and, you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've min re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K and they're like 6K more. So it's like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet and he tanked for ages and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And you know, trying to avoid the cameras, or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out of the empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I always wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think it's the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All In Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally. But you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure. And I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still number 1 online.
Yeah,
how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number 1 online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions, I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, put on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like even though I was doing amazing at poker, online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think you'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he like was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit.
I've got to do this.
At the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change, and something that I really needed, because it was getting, just seemed, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah.
Awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now,
yeah,
for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win free tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them. Yeah. But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win free tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary, but winning free on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first two, like PokerStars, you know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first two, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because, you know, like week to week, the grind can become a bit monotonous. But, you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them. And, you know, you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like something I strived to do. And like, I wanted to be the leader. And once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me. So I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through. But yeah, 30 online, not too bad.
Well, yeah, that 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird, because it's like, it's much harder these days, because you know, like, people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites, and back then there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK, or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people, like, it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, you know, so that's good. I know. Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but you know, it's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number one was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number one slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, like what I'd have to do is like, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you get a lot of points for that. So you could if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, realistically, been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the #1 spot is because you went on and won a WPT. The LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over $1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning Heads Up. To be honest, I was like, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing Heads Up, so I was like, if I lose this one, he's gonna have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. I've been that guy who's sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, "Oh, I'm better than them." Why that? Just like the guy you don't want to be, really. And I started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative, so she sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson. And he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time. And he flew to Vancouver on a whim, didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it, and met with him a few times, and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now, because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but it's so, at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had Jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had Jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have against this guy I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like you know, the stacks were that close, and somehow I ended up coming back and won a freeway all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017 we get the bracelet, the 3K 6 max,
finally. Yeah,
just short of 1,000 entries, and it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like, you know, the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for the British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and, you know, ladder up a few spots. And yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that, you know, normally you wake up from and it's like, you know, you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a 3-bet pot against him, and he had top 2 pair, you know, for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player, and then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, you know. And I was just like, oh my god, am I ever gonna, you know, win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was, yeah, it was really, really cool, and just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come, and then they just mobbed you. Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 203 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Are we going to chase it? Will we wait for it when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens, because like the thing is, I only really play. There's not even many, like, that's definitely the hardest one of the 3 to win. You know, if you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play, and even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry. You know, so you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But you know, the EPTs are freeze out or 1 re-entry, some of them now. But there's only, you know, 4 or 5 of them a year, I think, and most of them I don't go to. Like the only ones I really ever go to, I always go to Barcelona. And that's about it, really. Like I used to go to the Caribbean one, and so yeah, no, realistically it's going to be tough. But you know, obviously, the funny thing was I actually had 29 Triple Crowns, and I wanted the 30th one to be the live one, and
that would have been nice.
That year I was doing good. I was like chip leader on day 1 in EPT Barcelona. Obviously, so far to go, but I was in the money. And I was actually feeling, oh my god, this could be it. Like, even though there's still 100 and something players left at this point, I was like, you never know. This would be really cool just to finish it off in that. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a few deep chances in EPTs. I think I final tabled EPT London. My mum came up to watch, and she gave me the needle because she came. Well, you know, it's not even that far a journey. She lives in Essex, so it's like an hour on the train to come up to rail. And you know, I came in only with 20 big blinds, so I reshoved 7s or something and got called by ace queen and lost the flip, and I'd like get away from the table, and she's like, "You done?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah, like, I'm always waiting for that. I was like, yeah. So, yeah. Another one. She always used to give me, like back in the day when I was doing bad at live poker as well, she'd always say that she'd watch some poker on the TV and they all wore sunglasses, and maybe that's what I needed to do, because I was giving away tells and stuff. So I think actually one year I got to the stage where I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to do it. So it was like a 25k Bellagio big tournament. And I was on day 2 and I didn't know anyone on my table. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I went to day 2 and I put on the sunglasses indoors, felt like an idiot. Made the most standard raise ever, like ace-5 suited or something. And everyone tanked a little bit before they folded. It was one of those weird ones where everyone maybe had like half a decision or was just still asleep because it was first hand of the day. And, it wasn't even a big hand. I won the hand. And I just felt so nervous. My heart was beating. I was just like, I was just like, I feel like an idiot wearing sunglasses indoors. So that was the one hand I ever played wearing sunglasses. So I got 100% record on it, but yeah, I just can't do it.
Obviously, this year the World Series is not live, which is obviously a terrible shame because we'd all be there now. We're chasing bracelets. You might even have another one. We're moving to online. Are you going to be focusing on the online World Series? And obviously, there's 85 events, there's 85 bracelets. They are real bracelets. Easier or harder for yourself, do you think? You'll have a chance of winning another bracelet?
Probably better for me because like online is like, I've been doing it for half my life almost now. So I feel really confident, especially the first half of the events are in the WSOP Nevada, sort of it's shared between Nevada and New Jersey, and I've played on there for the last couple of years, so I know a lot of the players. I've got notes on them. I've had good results on there, so I feel really confident in those ones. So yeah, I'll hopefully can make some runs in those ones, and then my plan for the second half is to sort of actually go to Mexico in August and play the second half on the GG ones. I think the schedule just came out today, actually. So yeah, I'll plan on playing those and going to Mexico. And I have to been in America too long this year anyway, so I'll get out of the country. So yeah, I'm excited for it because like that's what I know what to do. It's how I grew up playing the game. So hopefully can make some runs and get another bracelet. And I'd always wanted the online one. They every year now they've had sort of 4 or 5, maybe 10, as many as 10 events online, and I'd always wanted to win an online one just because that's what I'm sort of known for, and it feels appropriate kind of thing. So this is, I guess, the best chance I'll ever have. So gonna put my heart and soul into it. So I kind of been chilling a bit this week, playing some golf and stuff like that, just to relax. But yeah, the next couple of months I'll be playing pretty much every day.
Some quick fire questions as we head towards the end of the hour with the tower. Do you prefer live or online poker?
Online on the whole, but live when you get deep is unreal. But like day one of live tournaments is the nut low for me. I hate it so much. Like only bad things can really happen. Like you make it through, you kind of expect it to, and if you bust, it's like you're out the tournament, you got no chance, or you got to rebuy, and now the tournament starts getting expensive. So yeah, online day to day, but once you get deep, the final table is just it's like 100 times better live.
Not including the World Series main events, what tournament would you like to win?
Probably the Aussie Millions main event, just because I came 7th and they treat you so well there. Like, and I'm jealous a bit of Toby winning all the time there, so I'd have to knock him off. But, like, ideally, I'd knock him out like on the final table on the way to victory.
Favorite tournament?
Favorite tournament? I guess that any of the 6 max tournaments of the World Series, I just love them. Like, I would say the World Series main event, but I've never done anything in it, so it's normally a negative experience. But like, obviously, if I did well in that, it would be amazing. But yeah, I'm excited for the 6 max tournaments of the World Series just because I've had so many deep runs in them. I feel really confident in my 6 max game, and even though a lot of those no limit tournaments you have to beat hundreds or even thousands of players, it feels like in those ones, I can do it, kind of thing.
Favorite casino?
Probably the Crown Casino in Melbourne. It's just really nice. I haven't been there for a few years as well. Yeah, I really like it down there.
What do you like listening to when you're grinding?
All kinds of like terrible music, really. No, like my wife comes in and she's like, "What are you listening to now?" Like, it depends. Like,
What's this? What's this?
no, like I'll just have like a grand playlist that has all kinds of different stuff on it. But then, like sometimes if I'm on real tilt, I'll have to put on some. I hate to say it, but I'll have to put on some Disney tunes or something.
Why is the 6-4 of clubs your favourite hand?
I'm not sure it is anymore, to be honest. I think back then it was just like I think I won a couple of big hands of it, and I think I hit a straight flush against someone who had the nut flush in a live tournament, so that was a pretty cool feeling. And yeah, I just had to, those were the days where you just 6-4 clubs, you'd play it from under the gun, you'd just be in there. But now you're playing a bit more sort of sensible poker. Sometimes I have to fold it when I'm on the short stack, so I guess it's not my favorite hand anymore.
The best player you've ever played against?
That's tough, really tough question. I tell you, one of the people I was most impressed with when I played with them, was JC Tran. I played with him in this 40. They had a special anniversary 40K buy-in at the World Series, and I'd satellited in a live satellite. I hate satellites. Well, somehow I won my seat, so I was really pumped for that. Played with him on day one, I think, and it was really deep stack poker, which sometimes I don't play that as much of because I late register a lot and stuff. So I was sort of sitting there learning, playing quite tight, watching the table, and he was in there every hand, and he was taking unconventional lines and just winning every pot without showdowns. So yeah, he really impressed me that day.
If you could play and beat anyone heads up for your second bracelet, who would it be?
Oh, so many candidates. It'd have to be like one of my friends for sure. Just so I could have like bragging rights forever.
Toby.
Well, Toby would be good because he's never won a bracelet. It's like the only thing he's never won. So I almost feel too mean to beat him heads up for a bracelet. I'd draw the line there. Maybe like someone who won one before, but like I think maybe beating Dempsey would be good. Just because when I lived with him for a while, I'd always win the flips against him. We'd always flip for dinner, and I was like 30-0 against him on flips. So just to beat him heads up as well would just be the icing on the cake.
Do you still play as much online as you used to, or is it just Sundays? What does the future hold, Chris?
Yeah, still playing quite a bit. Like there's a few American sites to play on. Play like maybe three or 4 days a week. Not like the full day grinds that I used to. Or I couldn't do them now anyway. Like back through the night, and obviously you can't play on all the sites here. But yeah, like I don't know. Like I'll keep playing poker until I don't enjoy it anymore, and then I'll try and find something else that hopefully I can have even 50% of the passion for. So yeah, for now, poker, but you never know. But for the foreseeable future, I think I'll still be playing a decent amount of poker.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
I mean, I should do so many things differently, but I'm a big believer in sort of, as long as you don't do anything too bad, like not, I wouldn't change the past. Like you make mistakes and you learn from them, and I had so many backing, like it cost me a lot of money in the end, but like I had so many great experiences from it. I was there on the rail of so many of like my players, amazing experiences, traveled the world, stayed at people's houses for free because of it, met so many amazing people from different places and different walks of life. So yeah, no, I wouldn't change anything really. It's all worked out pretty good in the end. So even though thousands of mistakes along the way, but yeah, pretty happy overall.
Well, 11 years since the first time we spoke. Well, I got a microphone in my hand. We've done it again. You've done absolutely incredible in the last 15 years, and every credit to you with the books, with everything you do poker-wise. Fingers crossed we get the live Triple Crown. That would just be absolutely amazing. And fingers crossed we see you on the GUKPT circuit once again. If you have to come over to the UK, that would be an amazing time because we get to speak to you yet again. Other than that, we'd have to come to Vegas. Yeah,
I mean, I have to, like, my GUKPT record is really bad, so I do need to, like, at some point, probably the most likely ones, so occasionally I play the London one, so that's probably my most likely one. But yeah, I definitely like one day, even final table or GUKPT I've never done. So yeah, I've got to mix it with the UK guys for sure.
Chris Moment, thanks for spending an hour with the Tower. You're an absolute superstar. Cheers, buddy. Thanks very much.
No worries. Good to chat to you, Phil. It's been too long. Take care.
Cheers, buddy. Your first few live tournaments, your first ending mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you were actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now. But then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set. And Sam shoved all into me, and in my head, I was like, like in this spot, he never really. He either has an ace, or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff. And I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't. Like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, not 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm walking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. You did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, oh, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, you know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making #1, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who are like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We'll both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where still dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trick, a few of the other boys, and on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever, and he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Just play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks, and yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates, kind of thing, trying to. Adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two, and then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone who me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender mob. Like that's the only 2 cash he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker, like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won 1. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like the tournament was like 100 times by him, but yeah.
Brilliant. It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times whenever you do pop up or on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even, you know, all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was, yeah, such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed, or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because, like, that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also, like, I was free rolling anyway, because on day one, I was chatting with Toby Lewis, and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this one. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, you know? So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, you know, most people, if they got that much money riding on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, you know, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table, and he knew about the bet, and he raised under the gun. And, you know, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf, and I had to free bet him and, you know, start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game, with like on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. It was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known UK, blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like, still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff, so it gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that 6 max is probably your best game. 3rd out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5k 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores. And then 12 days later, so these 3 events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, 2nd out of 474 in the 6 max 10k. 3 massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like, the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like, I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards. And now, like, have, you know, like, the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just, I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5k 6 max came 3rd, was just that was, I think, like, one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which, like, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer. Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually I had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were free left. And I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand.
Well, as you can see, they're just coming back in. Jay's gone for the water. He's been watered and fed. Everybody's happy. Here he comes. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're all refreshed if you're on YouTube. If not, you can't hear me. We are back in the mix. T-Boy's in the building. Here he comes.
Keeping hydrated.
Absolutely. And we are now back for the next session. Let's do this.
Nice outbreak for the players and ourselves.
Indeedy. We've got some chip counts scrolling along the bottom. And then we'll run through who we have on our feature. That's Tom's brother. There's a big stack of 70,000. Jamie Dwan.
Imagine if it was Tom's brother.
Paul Macaulay. Andy Agarth. Helder Casina. Scott Finlayson. Cameron Howarth. All going along the bottom. A few chip counts from the room. Give you a quick update regarding where we stand. 157 today, 274 total. You need 4 more runners to get the Wonga. Are we live? Does it sound good?
Yeah, I think we're all good.
Collected is 180,000. Just sat with Natalie Bromley at the dinner break, saying that Adam is coming on. He says he probably won't repeat the 3-barrel bluff that you and Tim Chung saw.
I won a 3-barrel tower. It was a raised bluff on the river. I turned top up pair into a bluff against Dan Cholton. Yeah, that was a hand, and that will definitely be getting posted to our Facebook page over the coming weeks. Look out, all hands from Leeds highlight reel. We're going to be posting them leading up to new events, not during the events like you usually do, but you will see that hand on the Grosvenor Facebook page in the coming weeks, I'm sure. That was a great one. Credit to Adam as well for actually running it. So run you through the table.
What we got?
In 1, we've got Mir Mustafa. In 2, is Dio. 3, Helder Casina. In 4 is Tin Hoi Lee. 5, Adam Bromley. 6, Jamie Geraghty. 7, Thomas Riley. In 8 is Jamie Nixon. And it's 9, Fionn O'Donnell is back in the same seat, having another bullet. We're all set and ready to go.
We are ready to go. Span back in the chat. How's Span doing? How many chips you got, Span? Let us know.
33k we had on the dinner break, Span.
33.
Yep.
Nice. So 2, 3 with a 3, 41,000 for Span now. This has increased his stack. Mr. P-Man in the building. Afternoon, Mr. P-Man. Next session, level number 5.
Fion straight into the action here. That's a mirror we've got in seat 1. I have to get that corrected.
Amir, is it?
Yeah, it's me, I know him. Tower. Power mine. So Amir coming straight with a free bet versus Fion's open, and going to get that one through.
$50,000 as a got it. $10 Sir Thomas.
Gonna have to share it between 3 of us.
54,000 for Helder, is chip leader. Amir in second on 33. Thomas down at the bottom on 15,000. Level number 5 of the day. Welcome to Edinburgh. Good to have you back on board. Hopefully everybody has had a refresh.
These vitamins are, and this can has that much daily intake, 100%, 140.
Is Chris Johnson playing as skids? Yes, he is. We've seen him.
$953 Rainbow.
We have seen him in the building.
So Thomas in the big blind, just one over card to his 7s here. Going to be check calling if there is a C-bet from Helder, but Helder elects not to. And K7 on the turn, giving Thomas a set. And we're going to come in for a lead now. Definitely a spot we can check as well after turning the set. A lot of the time it looks like Helder's going to have hands like ace high, king queen, king jack, those type of hands here, which are going to be drawing dead against our set. But in this scenario, the 7s actually hit him as well. 8 on the river, and still want to be coming in for value here as Thomas. Obviously it's hard to try and decipher what we are trying to get called by here on the 4-liner. It's unlikely our opponent's got an overpair after checking flop, but Might just go really small, maybe try and induce potentially. Never should really have a 6 here held up. And you think about a lot of Helder's 6x that he opens, like 6-7 suited, 6-8 suited, they're all going to be continues on this board. And the fact that he checked back flop, we can pretty much rule that out of this range. So that's why Thomas coming in for value here on the 4-liner. Glad to see it. Just going to get a fold from Helder there, not putting any chips in.
So good afternoon everybody, hope everybody is good on this Friday afternoon. There's plenty going on, in fact next leg, there we go. We've got the next leg in Luton. We've got the full schedule from top all the way down to the bottom is what is happening. And the one little change, the mini main day 1A is 3 and not 5. So it's 3 o'clock and not 5 o'clock.
Yep.
It will get changed, but everything else is correct. And also now on the app, if you check the turbo flight because that's obviously different with a 20-minute clock, not an hour clock, for the main events, then that gets changed as well. But Luton, we're on our way sometime next week. You're playing the 30-30.
Yeah, I will be.
And I don't know. I don't even know.
I was like, what are you doing with that in your hand? It's a pointer.
I don't even know what it is. Somebody was on the table, so I just thought I'd use it. So yes, 30-30 is going to be playing. Going to be playing the mini, and he's going to be obviously working the main event. But that schedule there is superb for Luton and Blackpool. I do believe is exactly the same as Luton. We'll confirm it this weekend, but we think Luton is the same as Blackpool. I think I need to get rid of this because it's a little bit dodgy. So go on. We will see you back to the table. But yes, Luton is looking like it's going to be a cracker. And we think Blackpool get confirmation this weekend, but I think it's the same as.
Full way to the flop here. Helder opening low jack, 6-5 suited. Hijack call from tin. Jamie comes along with a 10-9. A bit of action here. 9-7-7 2 clubs. We got Helder flopping the straight flush draw. We got trip 7s for Jamie Nixon. 10-9 top pair for Jamie Geraghty. Not much here for 10. But Helder, if we're opening this hand, even though we've gone 4-way, definitely want to be continuing here with 6 high. We've got great equity with our holding, so we're going to come in put that at 1.1. Should see Jamie Geraghty just call here on the button, shouldn't be doing anything else, should just be a call here from him. And now Jamie Nixon, this is where the decision comes in. We have 2 options. We have the call or the raise. Can plausibly represent a lot of bluffs on this board, 10-8, 8-6, hands like 10 jack of spades. There's also all the club draws.
Is he going to get a pound if he wins the hand?
Yeah, but Jamie gonna play it slow, and the queen of clubs on the turn. Not going to like that turn too much here, Jamie. Going to be aware that there will definitely be flush draws out there, or potential flush draws out there. Can't always instantly give one of our opponents credit for a flush, but it will be in the back of his mind. And Helder here now with a 6 high flush, expecting to continue betting. Want to get some value now from our perspective from some potential 7x that Jamie can have in the big blind, as well as Jamie Geraghty having some 7x on the button. He's going to pill hands like 7-8 suited, A7 suited, 6-7 suited, 9-7, well 9-7 suited we're losing to, but only 2 combos of that. But like Helder's choice to continue betting here. And Jamie with the 10-9 just going to get out of the way, and now Jamie Nixon going to be a bit wary about this bet. Jamie's got to be thinking Helder being the pre-flop opener here. Once he continues this board and he gets in 2 spots and the club comes on the turn and he's not slowing down, definitely going to be some alarm bells going off, but we can't do anything here but call, as Jamie Nixon going to have to call once more. Helder might take this line with a hand like kings or aces with the ace of clubs or king of clubs in them. So Jamie just cannot be folding this spot. I know we can see he's got the second best hand. He's getting 4-1 in his money. And he's got trip 7, so just going to be calling here. But as I mentioned, he will be wary the fact that Helder has double barreled into 2 players once the flush is completed.
Ladies and gentle people,
A deuce on the river changes nothing. Not in this case. Not on this occasion. So Jamie, no need to lead because if Helder's still repping one of the hands, a flush or maybe kings or aces might check back. That might be the worry for Jamie. So he's going to check it over to Helder here. And if we're held up thinking about hands that we're trying to get paid from here, we can definitely try and get some value from 7x of Jamie. He'll have a whole host here in the big blind. And you got to think Jamie's not going to be. He's checked it behind. He's checked it back. He shows the flush, and Jamie shows the vote. Was thinking about a lead there, but obviously wants Helder to continue betting on his flushes.
Dealer. 7 deuce always wins.
And Jamie Nixon gonna take that pot.
Indeed he is.
Great little instincts from Helder there. What's going through Helder's head is once Jamie calls twice, Jamie can have a whole host of flushes as well there after calling twice.
What's going through Helder's head is, what's he doing in with 7 deuce?
Well, he's defending the big blind. I think it's perfectly fine getting that price. 7 deuce of diamonds closing the action. If it was offsuit, it would have hit the muck, but Jamie defending with the suited version of that hand.
Camille on Facebook says, why the 30 to 30 satellites got cancelled for the next 7 days? Yesterday I saw one scheduled for today and made plans to play it, qualify for the 30-30 in Leicester, but it suddenly disappeared. Now I don't know if they're the online satellites, because day 1A of the 30-30 in Leicester started yesterday, and the satellite was on the Wednesday that got 6 seats and £240. So I'm not sure if you mean the online 30-30 satellites, because all 30-30s this week have started. Leicester, Blackpool and Reading South. So I'm not sure which 30-30 satellites you mean. If they're online, then I don't know. Live, the satellites were on Wednesday, and now the 30-30s are live in Leicester, Reading and Blackpool.
So D with the 9s, good flop for him. Obviously wary on this board that is going to favour the big blind range, but big 9s here going to be betting. Deny equity to hands like Theon has in this particular scenario. If he had aces or kings, may be checking some of the time. And Theon here, just repping range in the big blind. He's going to have 4-5, he's going to have 6-3, 7-3 suited, 7-6, all these type of holdings. But the thing is, as D here, he's also got to be aware he's going to have some bluffs as well. 8-9, 8-5, clubs are in there. Hands like 3-4 might turn their hands into a bluff. There's a whole host of bluffs and a whole host of value here from our opponent, and these are the diciest spots at the poker table. The turn is the 5 of diamonds, and the river is the 10 of clubs, and now we got Theon coming in for value after rivering a top pair at 4.1. And from D's perspective here, 8-9 is a lot less likely. We half the combinations of that because of 2 9s in our hand, so hard for our opponent to have that. But the problem is this 10 of clubs on the river, we now lose to all flushes. One of Theon's main bluffs on the flop is flush draws. He's going to have all the clubs as well. Defending out of the big blind, he's going to have a whole host of club draw combinations. So basically for us to win this hand, we need Theon to just be messing about and just raising the flop with air, and a good fold there from D. Didn't get stubborn. I know we actually got rivered, but Theon may have given up if he didn't river top pair. But they are the diciest spots at the table when your opponent can credibly rep plenty of value and plenty of bluffs and really put opponents in tough situations.
Well, the online satellites for the 30-30s is non-scheduled for the next 7 days. We'll pass on the message to the online team. Maybe it's because they are running live now, I'm not too sure. I don't actually know why there's no scheduled satellites online. We'll try and find out an answer for you, Camille, and we'll let you know when we get an answer. Andy Garland says there is a £55 satellite for the 430-30 tonight at 3 minutes past 8. Maybe if you've got filters turned off, Camille, then they're not showing up.
Open from Thomas, raise and take.
Let's have a butcher's. Right, we're on the client. Right now, just checking. There you go, 1st of October, 3 minutes past 8, 30-30, £55 ticket, 2 seats guaranteed, £11 buying. Price pool is £110 as it's 2 £55 tickets. It's there in the client. I can see it myself. Thanks, Andy. So, Camille, it might be your settings on the client itself. If you click everything to all the way across, that shows everything. Neil Farrell, obviously we're not going to see Neil this week in Edinburgh. First time I don't think we'll have seen him on this leg. Fun 15 nights in Calgary, but the various casino and bar staff can now breathe easily as I'm off to Vegas for the World Series. Enjoy for Aldo and good luck. By the sounds of it, there's been a few staffing problems at the World Series. Hope nobody else gets caught up in all the malarkey.
So it falls round to D in the small King 8. Going to be completing here at the very least, playing 200, 300. So calls for an extra 100. Held up, just going to check his option. A7-4, 2 hots, top pair for held up. And D dropping just king high here, but he's going to come in for 1 bet. Helder not going to be going anywhere, he'll call in position. No need to raise this one. Want to keep these bluffs in. His blind on blind ranges are very wide, so when you do make top pair, that will stay as top pair the whole way. You want to just be flat in. 6 of diamonds on the turn, and held up. Coming in for a bet once D checks it over. so a bet of 500. King high will be the best hand some of the time, blind on blind. We do have a gut shot as well, but I'm hoping that D's calling this the bluff diamonds as well. On this particular river, it's just going to go check, bet, fold a lot of the time. Maybe Helder might even check this one back. Maybe he thinks he's not getting called by a 7 on this river, if that's what he's aiming to target. But he is going for a thin value bet here. Bet of 1.1. And D sitting here with just king high. We do have an 8 in our hand, removal from 8-5 and 8-9, but just a bit too far down our range to be flicking in the call with that one. And pot goes the way of Helder.
Evening, John. John Mercer says, Jason shall have head to Mark Ellis. You'll love it. And that's in Blackpool. Good evening to John. Hope you're well.
So, hijack open from Theon, raises to 800. And then 10 in the big blind, going to defend his option with the King Jack. Heads up between these two.
3, 4, Jack, 2 diamonds.
Top pair for 10 here. Theon whiffing this board with the ace 10. Opts to check this one behind. And this is actually 10 coming in for a 1.2k lead on the turn, and Theon has made the call with just ace high, 6 of diamonds on the river. And I'd like to see 10 value bet this one tower. It's one of them situations where Theon's going to be continuing his flush draws quite a high frequency, so perhaps we can try and get called by some 8x, 9s, 10s. But opts to just check behind, check it, and the ace 10 checks behind.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well, Andrew. I was just about to start saying that the £55 is not on until the 8th of October. There's 2 £11 satellites tonight for 50 to get into the £55, but there's no £55 30-30. Don't know why. Don't know what they've not rescheduled for. Maybe it's just an error or an oversight on the online team. I'm not sure. I was literally just going to say that because I've just checked the client myself.
There's
plenty of satellites for the GUKPT and the Mini. Get online for those. £30 buy-ins for two £225 tickets. That's on tomorrow. And they're running for a couple of hours tomorrow. But I don't know why the 30-30s. £55 are not scheduled until next Saturday at 8 o'clock.
King 10, 8 rainbow flop. So ace-8 here, flopping the best of it with bottom pair of D. He was the original cut-off opener. I'm not sure how Tin's in this hand, in the small. Neither spades on the turn. Does bring in a gut shot for Tin. The ace-8 of D is still the best hand here. From a range perspective, it's going to be a good board for us, calling out the small, but Tin just not opting to fire. 6 of diamonds on the river, so the ace-8 will get the check mark if this does go to showdown. And, Tin going to bluff at it. I'm going to try and represent a 7, so bet of 1100 here. And D sitting here with ace-8, gets out of the way and held up, can't call with ace-high on this particular board.
How are the numbers? How are the numbers? 164, you've won your money. 282 in at the moment. There's the turbo and direct binds tomorrow. Still to go. Jack Ferguson, Terry Jordan, John Bousfield, Craig Patton have been eliminated out of the field since dinner. 105 still in.
So Ting going to fire this, once checked to him here. With his middle pair, feels like he's got the best hand and he's correct. Going to be seeing a call once here from Jamie though with middle pair. No, just nice disciplined laydown from Jamie, makes the correct decision. Not going to get sticky with middle pair. And folds that one correctly. And good evening, Warren. Just joining us on Twitch.
Afternoon. Evening, Warren. Is that Jamie White? It probably is. It not? Jamie
Geraghty in 6 and Jamie Nixon in 8.
Yeah, Jamie Nixon. That's with the glasses is Adam Bromley, and Helder Casa Casina in seat number 3.
Folds the 10 in the cut-off here. He's going to open the ace deuce to 700. And like Jamie's choice to turn this one into a 3-bet bluff here with the queen 9 of hearts. Good hand selection to do it with in the small blind, facing a cut-off open. Only thing I will say, as I mentioned a lot, sizing maybe a pinch too small. Do want to size up an extra big blind when you are out of position. You see it a lot in position, around the 3x sizing, give or take, and out of position. typically tend to opt for a little bit larger, around the 4x give or take. And if there's an open in the call, you want to add one more big blind in. So it's a cut-off open, button flat, and you're in the blinds. You want to really free bet around 4.5, 5x, the original open size. If it's just a single open, around 3.5, 4x. Nice healthy size to opt for. So under the gun, Theon here with the ace deuce suited raises to 700, and Amir with ace 7 of hearts.
I probably did that.
So 4 to a flop. Queen, Queen 7. Under the gun initial razor checks.
Adam going to take the initiative once checked him here. We'll have a healthy amount of Queen X in the cutoff.
And that wins.
Nice little pick up from there from Adam. Sensed weakness, went for it, got the job done. He was our 4th place finisher. Our last event in Leeds.
Oh, that was months ago.
All aboard the ladder train. Adam was sat there with 8 bigs and 2 people just gifted him 2 ladders. It was a good final table in a way. The way it started off so slow and it just.
Such a long time ago, that final day. Such a long time. How long actually was it?
It was 4 days ago.
Oh,
5
yeah.
days ago.
5 days ago. Oh yeah. We remember them days.
I hope I do, Tower.
We remember them days. Luton in 2 weeks' time will be day 1B. Live stream will be on. If you are going to Luton, it starts next Wednesday.
Jamie Gerrity going to be opening this one. We've got suited connector in the cutoff. Want to be opening these hands. Jamie Nixon looks like he's got a decision here in the small, which he does. Pocket 4s, won't be folding this one. Probably just going to continue in the form of a flat. Theon here getting 5 to 1 on his money. Attractive enough price for him, so he's in with the Queen 7 off. 3-way to this flop.
Queen 10-8, 2 clubs.
So Theon jumping out into the lead here. And I know there's not much for us on this board as Jamie, but we're sitting here with just 6 high. Might come in for 1 bet and then give up. When you're at the stone cold bottom of your range, never a bad thing. You're never going to win the pot at showdown, so never a bad thing to come in with a 3rd pot bet, give yourself 3 to 1 no money to take it down and then give up. But Jamie, preserving them chips, just chooses not to continue, which is fine as well. And this one looks like it's getting checked the whole way down. But Theon, who did flop top pair, we're on the river now. I know we're waiting for it to catch up, but I'm assuming Theon going to be going for value. He's reached for his chips. No. So it's come the King of Spades on the river. So 6-5 of hearts might actually be able to win this one now. Assuming that Theon's going to check it over to Jamie. Jamie's going to have a lot of King X here. Hands like Ace King, King Jack, maybe some King X suited that open. So he's going for some value here, trying to represent this king. And you really think about this as Theon. King Jack probably going to continue this flop because they're up and down. Ace King is probably the main hand we'll worry about here. Ace King might just check flop with a gut shot, especially against small blind range in there, which is going to connect with this board a lot of the time. But other than that, there's not really too much King X I can come up with, unless it's just a random King X suited, like a King 7 suited, King 9 suited, and because of that, Theon going to pay it off with the Queen 7 and 6-5 of hearts shown. The Queen 7 for Theon makes a good call.
We've got to call D something. I'm not just calling DD. I don't know why the name's not there. Well done to...
What if his name is D? Just the letter D?
I don't know, but it's just called D. That's just... You're just being silly now.
What if it could
There's
be?
no way his name is D.
Well, maybe his name's D.
Has anybody
double E.
asked him what his name is and why does it just say D? We can't just call him D. I'm not having it. We'll have to nickname him something. Because I can't just say D is in seat 2. Not having it. It's a live stream. It's part of the GUKPT. Tell me your name, D.
That's one of the Tower's pet peeves when they're not got their name on the stream. D.
I'm going to call him Dawn.
Dawn.
Dawn in seat 2.
Sander, he was in Leeds, he was, D. I remember seeing him. He actually treated me to a Star of Priman a couple of times.
Hey, what did you ask him his name? Did he say, hi, my name's D? Would you like a pint? Yes, please. What's your name? D. I don't think you said that, do you?
No. Adam in the low jack raising ace queen of clubs. Not going to get any action though. Amir just going to fold the 8-3 off in the big blind.
Social, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. Watch us on Facebook, on YouTube and on Twitch, and also on the Hendon Mob this week, on the homepage of the Hendon Mob, and GUKPT.com as well. Plenty of places and ways to watch the live stream. We started, so you can re-watch on YouTube whenever you want to, because it's there is timing delays for... Are you trying to be Mr. Miyagi? There's streaming length times on YouTube, so we have to start. I think everybody's now back with us. Who was watching before, we did tell everybody they needed a refresh. So we are back and on we go, level 5 of the day. Play 10 levels, live stream finishes around about 12:30.
That's a low jack open from Jamie Geraghty. Jamie Nixon with the ace king and the calf. Should be seeing some free betting chips here from him. And does come in for a free bet. Looks like he's made it fairly sizable this. Oh no, 2.2. I thought it was 3.1, but 2.2. Fine from Jamie. And Amir here, Queen Jack of clubs. Not going to cold call this one in the small blind. Definitely could have incorporated it into a cold 4, but just thinks better of it. And action going to be back on Jamie Geraghty here, who's probably not going to be calling this one. If he wants to continue, it will have to be in the form of a 4-bet, so just thinks better of it, and Jamie picks it up without having to go to a flop.
How do you go to showdown 182%? How does that work?
It don't. It's not possible.
You can't go more than 100.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's every showdown.
Yeah.
Went to showdown at 182%. Interesting.
Might just be a little coding error within the software.
Lines 2-3 with a 3. 10 levels of poker played today. Last lines are 500, 1000.
Jamie, ace queen this time. Pip smaller than last, but still will be opening this one in the hijack. raises to 7. Just wants to get out of the way with this one. Oh, looks like he wants to see a flop on the button with the 6-5 off. Bringing in the loose call. That's going to bring D in the small blind. And held up ace-4 off. Getting nearly 7-1 on a call hit. Does have to be wary that it could be in a dominated spot though. So he's going to flick in the call. Closes the action, getting an attractive price, 4-way.
9-10 king all spades.
Wow, what a flop for
What
the Jack-8 of spades.
Flop. Ace of spades has got the redraw and the Broadway draw as well.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's got the redraw tower, but going to need to find a spade lower than a 6 to be good. Otherwise, the Jack-8 will make a straight flush. 5 of clubs on the turn changes nothing. So D probably going to start trying to get some value from his hand here now. Comes in with a bet out the small. Wants to start getting called from some King X, King Queen, King Jack. They're going to have some checks on this flop. Maybe some 10X in there. Definitely going to be some of the time the ace or queen of spades out there as well, and they're not going to be folding to 1 bet, so we're going to get value from those holdings as well. And Jamie just going to flat the ace queen. River is the 10 of hearts here, and this isn't a worry for us as D. Yes, the board has paired, but if we think about the hand logically, Jamie being the pre-flop opener, if he's got 2 pair plus on this flop, he's going to be continuing. So Jamie just can't have a boat here, the way the hand's played, so D wants to be coming in for some value, perhaps try and go for value against the 10. Jamie will have some 10 Jack, Queen 10 in there as well that will check flop, but on this particular occasion, Jamie just sitting there with ace queen and cannot call. I spoke to Carl Swan on the dinner break.
All right, okay.
Swanee got the dates wrong, so he's away. He's on holiday. That's why he's not here.
What on earth?
Yep.
The first event in 2 years in Edinburgh, and he's decided he's on holiday. What is he like?
Good evening, Carpet Catcher, joining us on Twitch.
So Swanee's not here. What's that all about? We'll be having words. I bet he's in Blackpool. I bet he is. I bet he's in Blackpool. Well, he better be.
Good evening, Piano Cat in Twitch says
Oh,
meow
yeah.
meow.
Piano Cat. And good evening, Carpet Catcher.
Blind on blind here, held up. Makes it 2.3k to go. Comes in with a 7x open, blind on blind. And we got Tin here making the call with a 7-6 of clubs, and flops the best of it. A bit of action here. Middle pair for held up, and Tin with top pair, and Tin coming in for the raise with the old top pair, blind on blind. And absolutely smashes the life out of the turn. Gives Tin a straight and a straight flush draw. So going to come in for another street of value here. Could potentially check this one. Try and induce from opponent on river. If river bricks, miss diamonds, might try and bluff at this. Rep a 6. But Tim just firing 1.6k. Trying to get some value from perhaps some 2-pair holdings, maybe some over pairs as well. We're going to call again. Well, in this case, a 4 is going to make the call again, and Helder's not calling here to hit his gut shot. He has to be calling because he believes he's got the best hand. And that looks like a brick on the river, or queen of clubs, backdoor clubs do complete. So we've gone from top pair to a straight to a flush. And I've seen some live tells in my time, but that is a new one from tin, whatever that just was. It definitely, if someone does whatever that just was from tin and comes out betting, unless you're right up there in your range and you have one of the best hands you can have in the spot, you should be folding. It was a sit back in the chair, put his hands together, rested his chin on his fingers like he was thinking. I've definitely not seen it before, but I think if someone randomly does that in a hand on the river, I'm going to be less inclined to hero them off, especially with our particular holding here as Helder. Intrigued to see if he does make the call here, but what's going through his head is tin is basically repping a straight or better. So he's got a hand like 6x, or he's got like a 7x of clubs, 3x of clubs type holding, which has backdoored into a flush. But we've got a non-believer here. Helder just sitting there with, wow, he's paid it off, and the flush is good. And Helder, non-believer, flicks that one in on a 4-liner flush board with just a 4, pulls with 4th pair, no kicker, and a nice pick up for tin. Good size as well on the river he opted to go for.
Online next few weeks, the Haymaker Knockout Series, free to play, and over 40,000 to be won during the promotion. There are 7 tournaments and 7 winners will receive an invite to play a one-table sit and go with the man they call David Hay in a live stream invitational down in the Vic in London during the grand final week. First one has already been won and locked up. Is it Richard King?
Yep.
Richard has won himself a seat. The next one is next Wednesday. Not next Wednesday, the following Wednesday. 13th of October is the second one. The Haymaker Knockout Series.
So Helder on a button, can open very wide. And Helder happy to open the 10-6 off here. And tin is going to come in for a call in the small blind. And action on Adam. Got tin here. If I'm aware, Helder's opening these hands on the button. I'm definitely going to be free betting this hand more often than not, but just happy to make the call with the ace-3 of diamonds and see a flop.
Queen 2-10.
So Helder does flop the best of it, flopping middle pair. Looks like he's just going to come straight in for a continue.
Bet of 9. And the winner. So every time you refresh the numbers, the number increases. We're on 287 now, heading towards £200,000 being collected. It'll pass that. It'll pass that by the time the turbo comes and goes. Eliminated in the last 30 minutes or so: Greg Murphy, Paul McCauley, Michael Wharton, David Shaw, Kelly Saxby, Patrick Bell, Gary Smith, Norman Wilkie have all been eliminated in the last few minutes. The last half, well, that's the eliminations in the last half an hour.
So Helder, I've been opening a lot of hands, 3-do suited here in the cut-off. If I'm sat at this table, I'm definitely going to start incorporating in some lighter free bets. Like Adam here at the 8's perfectly fine to flatten the small blind, but Helder being very active, I might be more inclined to free bet this one once Helder opens the cut-off. But Adam just flats the 8's and actually got 80% of the equity, just shy of free-way here.
King 10-4.
So same as before, if we're opening the 3 deuce of diamonds and we get this flop, it's king high, it's rainbow. We've actually got some really nice backdoors with our hand as well, with the 4 of diamonds being on board. Going to be coming in for 1 bet a lot of the time here, as held up. Just going to get 2 folds. I can't see Jamie continuing. Helder takes another one. Good evening, Jimbo. Jimbo it out. Ready for tonight's stream. Just ordered KFC. Haven't had fast food in forever. Cheat day. Well, thank you for joining in.
You could have a cheat day if you come and see us.
You can have a cheat week.
You can have a cheat, well, absolutely, because Mel Simpson came in, Poker Mel came in. She always brings the goodies. She didn't just bring some goodies, she fetched in loads. We could have opened a shop this morning.
Yeah, we could have had a little tuck shop in the casino. Always treats us when we're down there, Mel. Every year. Helder with the 8-5 of hearts. If he opens this one, someone's got to start thinking, I've got to start free betting this man. He's just opening every pot at the moment. Can't always have it, but he's going to continue. This time the 8-5 of hearts. So makes it 700. Like tin here with the Queen 9 of spades, like Adam has to free bet now after Helder's opened once again. You've got tin in there, the dead flat. So ace 10 of hearts, obviously a really nice hand to just flat and potentially see a flop, but the way that Helder's been playing, Adam's just picked up on it straight away. I like it. Like to see it. Makes it 3,000. And you got to set the tone as well. You got to let Helder know he just can't keep opening all these hands. Set that dynamic up. Try and make him open a bit tighter. Because if he starts getting free bet, he's going to start thinking, hold on, I'm going to have to start opening a tighter range of hands here. And nice pick up there from Adam. I'm glad that he took that spot.
Amir for the win, says the raging Scotsman. The raging Scotsman.
So Adam in the calf, got a suited queen. Go either way with this one, fold or open, and Adam opts to open. And Jamie, definitely incorporate this into his free bet range on the button, facing cut-off open here with a Jack 9 suited. That's exactly what he's going to do. I'd love to see it. Now Adam with the Queen 6 of hearts, just going to get out of the way. Nice play there from Jamie. Probably would have done the exact same thing. Cut off open, Jack 9 suited, lovely little hand. Start 3-betting. Going to fold out a lot of Adam's range that he is meant to be opening and cut off. And when we do get called, we're going to have a hand with nice playability, position and the betting lead.
What's happening? How's the night going? Yes, the day is going really, really well. Numbers through the roof yet again here in Scotland. 290 as it is right now. 103 players left. 190,000 collected. We'll keep you informed without who gets eliminated during the day. Patrick Bell eliminated. Gary Smith gone. Norman Wilkie gone. Jonathan Lemon gone. Players getting eliminated on a regular basis. Re-entry twice after the initial buying per flight. At 9 o'clock there is a turbo, 20-minute clock on the turbo.
Every time you want to sleep.
8, King 7, 2 diamonds. After initial raise from Tim. Two of hearts is turn. Tin checks. Adam bets 1.2. Film's going to get out of the way.
Tin should be doing the same.
Yeah, well, he's picked up.
That's quarter 2.
He's picked up the 2, and as we can see,
Yeah, it is the
big
best.
favourite to win the hand.
It is the best hand. So blinds will be going up in the next 15 seconds, I believe. This will be the last hand at 200, 300. Then we move into the 200, 400 level, and that will be the halfway point of the day. Got sixes here for D under the gun. Going to come in for an open. Everyone opting for the 700 open size. Helder with ace 10 here. See a lot of players fold this one versus UTG open. A lot of the time we're going to be in a dominated spot, or we're going to be up against a hand like King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack suited, which is still going to have a whole host of equity against us. But held up, we've seen the way he likes to play. He likes to get involved a lot from what I've seen. And regardless of position, he's happy to be involved here with the ace-10. He's actually in a flip situation. And Amir been waiting patiently.
The Cowboys.
And he's going to have an easy 3-bet here with the kings. Probably make it around the 3 to 3.5k mark, is somewhere around there. Looks like he's gone 2.9, so just shy of 3k. He's opted for just over 4x. And D here with the 6 is now what's got to be going through D's head here. And these situations, when there's an open EP, there's a flat, and the big blind still 3-bets, a lot of the time it's more weighted to value than it is bluff, simply for the reason here, say if he's got a hand like 8-7 suited or a suited wheel ace that yes we can incorporate into our 3-bet bluff range, but more often than not, closing the action, you'll just see people defend these type of hands simply because they're just happy to take a flop with them. And as well, the under the gun open, very scary. They don't want to get 4-bet and have to fold their hand, which can have good playability and can hit a lot of flops. Just something to take note of, perhaps, especially what I've seen watching the stream over the years is under the gun open, when there's a 3-bet out the big. Some of the time, yep, it will be a bluff, but it's just a lot of the time more weighted towards a value hand, like Amir had in that particular scenario. There's Jamie with the Queen Jack in the low jack, expecting to open this one. And D defending the A6. $875 rainbow. And Jamie probably not going to continue this one. It's one of them boards that you're probably less inclined to see bet against a big blind defend range. Definitely get behind his decision to check this one back with Queen Jack. Yes, we've only got Queen high, but need to be aware of the hands we expect D to defend out of the big. Seven spades on the river. And the ace high of D actually going to win this one. Plenty going online on our client as well. 7 PM Monday, we got the £110 buy-in closer. You can get into that satellites every night for £5. That's a rebuy and add-on, and then there is a £30 freeze-out satellite for that tournament as well. And I probably should mention, if you want to get in for free, we got a live stream free roll on Sunday, where first place for that one will take a closer ticket. Towers already mentioned about the Haymaker Knockout Series. Already one player winning a free roll. Richard King was our first winner on Wednesday. We've got 6 more free rolls to come. If you're lucky enough to win one of them, you'll be at the grand final playing an 8-man sit and go versus David Haig and 6 other opponents. And there's 20k added in that as well. So it's great value, and I can't stress enough how much work the guys must have had to go through to get this promotion on. And to be able to do it in the form of free rolls where you guys can get there for free is just great. As mentioned as well, there's the free roll live stream at the bottom of your screens. It starts at 6 on Sunday. It's not just tournaments going online as well. We do have other bits going on. We've got the October rake race coming up, 12k rake race. That is in euros, I should add. but that's exclusive for Grosvenor Poker players only. And it's actually getting split into 2 rate races, €6,250 each. You can check out all the details for that on grosvenorpoker.com. And at the bottom of your screen there, you see about the book on Sunday as well. That's a great little additive to the tours this year, being able to have a bet on the players that are still left in on day 3. I think a lot of people have enjoyed that. It gives you an extra sweat when you're watching the live stream. Back to the action, because Nixon opening the hijack. Amir just flats the ace-5 suited. Can definitely be free betting on this one, especially against Jamie's opening range. And held up, easy defend for him with the jack-8 suited. And action over to Jamie here with the ace-8. Opts to check this one, not much going on here for him. Got to worry about the button calling range as well. There's going to be jack-10s, king-queens, queen-jacks, ace-jacks, a lot of those type of holdings in there. So opts not to continue on this occasion. King of hearts on the turn. So Jamie might fire at this now. Got to think about the hands. Amir checks back on the button. Like if Amir's got a hand like king 10, he's probably going to fire on the flop. King 9 would probably do the same. King 9 suited, but Jamie not electing to represent this king after being the pre-flop aggressor and flop checking through. So we're going to get a river, which looks like a lady. Queen of hearts, meaning the jack-8 of diamonds will get the check mark. Doubt held is ever going to bet this here. What are we trying to get called by as held up? If we come in for a bet with the jack-8 of diamonds, are we going to get called by 5s through 10s? Probably not. Are we getting called by a 4? No. Are we getting called by ace high? No. So we just got to check this as held up, and I'm glad to see him check this one over. And the jack-8 for held up, going to take that pot. He takes another one. He's having a nice session. And don't forget all social media, guys, at the bottom of the screen there, Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and live stream coverage /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. Make sure if you are watching, you hit the follow and the subscribe button. Every time we go live, you will get a notification, assuming you've got notifications on. Never miss any live coverage for the GUKPTs. Seat 2 is Dan Ollie, Newcastle lad. There you are, Tower.
Danny boy. How are you doing, Sid? He's buzzing out there, by the way. Buzzing. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling. Got some bad news and I got some good news.
I'd like the bad news first, please.
The bad news is Mel came in and took the tablets.
I thought you said bad news.
The good news is they've all gone.
Oh, there you are. There you are.
She offered them round the table. She sat with Katie and Natalie and all the guys round there and Rad and all them. And somebody wanted to try one, they'd never had one before. There's none left. They've all gone. Katie didn't like them, and everybody else thought they were lovely. So the Scottish tablets have now disappeared. She brought them in, she took them back off us.
I wouldn't have had any, so I'm fine with that. I'm happy with the Tunnock's tea cakes and the cakes.
Yeah, and a Cadbury's grapes.
Yep,
Yeah,
Cadbury's grapes.
Yeah. Mini curly whirlies, mini fudge, mini flake. Great, it. Tell you what, I love a salad. I might have that for supper. Might have the old chicken Caesar. Yes, Piano Cat tablet, nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. Just the 78% pure sugar.
What was it? Per 100 grams, 72 grams of sugar, ain't
76.
it? 76 grams of sugar, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just, oh. So held up. Comes in firing here after peeling the Queen 8 suited on the button. Fion's going to check call with bottom pair. And if there's ever a turn to double barrel on, this is a very good candidate for us as held up. As well, what we've got to think about, Fion opened here pre-flop, so Fion not going to have too much King X. You expect the Ace King, King Queen, King Jack, King 10, all those type of hands to be betting this flop. So a lot of the time here, best hand Helder's ever going to show up with is hand like pocket queens. He's going to have like 8s through queens. He'll have some ace highs that he calls once with some backdoors. So happy to see Helder double barrel here. The only thing I will say, we need to size up. We can't be going in that size. It's just giving our opponent too good a price on the call. And interesting to see whether he's going to go for it here on river. But the story remains the same. The way this hand's played, once Fion checks this flop, it's going to be pretty capped a lot of the time. It's hard for him to have a king, so the best hand he's ever really going to have in this spot is pocket queens. Sometimes he would have rivered a set of 9s. That's definitely a possibility, but only 3 combos of that. But if I'm Helder here, definitely lining up the 3 barrel, and I'll probably go pretty big as well, really try and attack those holdings I just spoke about, the 7s, 8s, 10s, jacks, queens, maybe some 6, 7 suited in there as well. But it looks like Helder has fired here, just waiting to get the size 4.5, so he goes for half pot, and really good play from him. Just good understanding there. Once his opponent checks on the flop, a lot of the time the best hand he's going to ever have in that situation is a hand like pocket queens, and went 2 streets there, double barrel, really attacking that part of our opponent's range. It's just going to be capped at 1 pair all the time, so just went for it and got the job done with queen high. Nice to see from him.
Piano Cat on Twitch says, yeah, mostly sugar with a bit of fat thrown in. The tablets. And Mikhail Sazal on YouTube says, hey guys, have a good time. We always have a good time in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Should have seen the time Tower was having last night at the end of the session. He was loving it. He nicked Greg Murphy's glasses.
Indeed we did. Numbers increasing, 297 total. 107 still in. Paul McCauley, Jamie Leaper, Norman Little, Ron Law, Martin Kopernicki and Lloyd Jack, all being eliminated. The 107 still in.
Blind on blind action. Both players with this one. Going to be first sign of aggression. Going to take this one down. And looks like Adam going to take initiative here. Once this ace pairs on the turn, maybe just expects Jamie to bet all 7 and 8x on the flop. So just going to fire up and gets Jamie out of the pot. Little pick up there for Adam.
So Blackpool, Reading and Leicester 30-30s underway for tonight. If you're going, good luck.
The Fionn opening UTG +1. King, Queen of Hearts makes it 900 to go. Probably all the way around to the big blind. And Thomas just under 4-1. Probably going to flick this one in with the 8-6 off. Perfectly fine to defend this hand. Flops the best of it on Ace-8-5. 2 clubs. Fionn going to be continuing this one though. It's ace height. We're just sat here with king height. Going to get called in one spot here, at least by Thomas though. He's flopped middle pair, so he's not going to be going anywhere. He'll make the call. And king of clubs gives us the best hand. And a 5 on the river. And this one should be going check, check. I doubt Thomas is too happy, but it's very difficult to bluff in this spot, and it's too thin, I think, for Fionn to go for value here. He is going for value, but the only hand we actually target is an 8x type holding here, and on this particular board, going to be very difficult for an 8 to call. Like 5x gets there, 6-7 and 7-9, and the gut shots are going to be folding. Anyway, we lose the club draws, which are there on the flop. Ace-X not going to be folding, so this value bet from Fionn, targeting specifically an 8 and an 8 only. But I'm not sure an 8's ever paying it off on this particular board, and sometimes we open ourselves up to getting bluff raised. Some opponents, when you go this thin, will come in with the instant punishment, but looks like Thomas actually going to pay this one off, and fair play to Fionn. If he thought that Thomas was just always going to have an 8 in that spot, then nice value bet. If he thought he was going to get paid, I guess the thought process can be he's going to lead his flushes, he's going to lead his 5x. And the king queen takes Thomas to Value Town.
Hey, Budgie. Mr. Alan Budgie, how's Katie Swift doing? Yes, she's still in. I think she's still on about 30,000. Sat on the same table as Natalie Bromley and Mel Simpson. I did check. Very busy room, 107 still in. Bianca's about 7 miles away. Well, come and see us.
Yeah, come say hello. 7 miles is
Come
nothing.
and say hello. We don't want any sugar tablets, or Scottish tablets as they're called. Just a big smile when you walk in. Nah then, I'm Bianca. Alan Budge will be going to Goliath next year. Pionic, I tried a satellite in, got to the package qualifier but didn't make it through. There's been some very good satellites online regarding 30-30s. 25s are coming back, they'll be getting the satellites ready for those. Mains are always busy with the satellites.
So this is the Queen of Hearts. Should see some, definitely a red queen. Whether it's heart or diamond, I'm unaware. Right, it's the Queen of Diamonds. I was about to say we're probably going to see some chips put in. Adam wants to start trying to get some value now from his Ace King in the cut-off. Bit of 1.1. And Jamie does have a piece here, but he is drawing dead. Can't fault him for calling once here. Adam might. The thing is, I find about these spots on these like pair boards tower, I see it a lot. Like when it comes like King 6 here, for example. If Adam's got a hand like he's opening the card off Jack 10 suited, like Jack 10 of diamonds, 10 9 of diamonds, 7 8 of diamonds, they're all going to continue this flop. So once Adam actually checks back this flop, a lot of the time he's going to have a hand that's either smashed the board or happy to get to showdown like a pocket pair, because you expect all these hands that I just spoke about, the ones that are going to open the cut-off and completely with this board, they're going to be c-betting at higher frequency. So once Adam checks here on a board that you expect him to c-bet high frequency, straight away you might start thinking that he is going to be weighted to a king. Like if he's got 7s, 8s, 9s, they're probably all going to bet. Like Ace, Jack, Ace, Queen probably going to continue this board. So when he does check back on a flop, which you expect your opponent to be c-betting almost always, sometimes then like amygdala and your brain starts going off. You start getting that sense of danger.
Can we get a chip count for Amir, please? Yeah, I'll go out when I go for the very shortly.
That sounds good, actually. I could do
yeah.
Nice cup of chop.
Okay. Suppose I'm closest to the door.
It's,
why
do you think I'm sat here?
Line is 2-4, halfway through this level. Break will be at 7:48. I'll go out and get a chip count very shortly on Amir. Get an update to one on Katie as well. So Chris Johnson's still in.
Yeah, on the same table as Picks. Carl Pickles
Yes,
in the
he
field.
is, yes. Carl Pickles was on about 35,000.
So held up, opening Ace Jack suited. And Jamie in the cut-off here. Yeah, I like this. I like this from Jamie. Held up, probably been one of the most active players at this table. So very good hand to start incorporating 3-bet bluffs with. Suited wheel ace. Makes it 2.4k. And Theon here now going to have to get out of the way with the Ace Jack suited in the blinds. Still got Helder to worry about behind us. Unless he's thinking about potentially cold 4 in this spot. Wouldn't hate it, to be fair. If we read the situation, Helder's been opening a lot of hands, and Jamie will be aware of that. But just comes in for the old cold call, old Theon. Happy to see a flop out of position. Helder now, just big shock when I didn't see him call here tower. If he 4-bets here, I'll take my hat off to him, but I just can't see him doing anything else but just flatting. There's going to be call or 4-bet. They're the two options. We're not folding Ace Jack suited, getting 4-1 on our money, closing the action. Ace Jack off, we might have seen going to the muck. A flop of 10, 6, 4, 2 spades. So nut flush draw for Theon, 2 overcards. Held up complete with for him, and same for Jamie as well. Not much going on for him on this particular board. And 3-way, Jamie might opt to check this one back, and he has. I think heads up we're going to see him c-bet more than he would do in a 3-way coup. Got to be worried about the cold call from Theon here. Maybe worried that Theon It's flattened a monster out the blinds. But, it's checked through it again. The 4 of diamonds on the river. I think the turn could be a spade. No, it's the 8 of clubs, and the river is the 4 of hearts. So the 2 ace jacks are going to chop this one up if it is checked through.
Right then, let's go and go at Amir's chip count, and we'll see what Katie's doing as well, and I'll be back with the teas. As well.
I was waiting for that pot.
There's an hourly rate, you know.
Hourly rate.
Baronis are coming.
He's going to get it now. He's on the way. Getting some heckles from one of the outer table, sat near the comms booth. As the tea bell went off, they're all shouting up their drinks.
Yeah, I should have lead on the turn, but you guys put me in a spot and I don't want to have it. If you guys raise me,
I think the button's fine. Morgs, Jamie Geraghty, 3-bet in the cut-off. You may have been confused because we got 2 Jamies at the table. Last hand there was a 3-bet in the cut-off from Jamie Geraghty. Held have been active, but not going to be that active with the Queen Deuce out the way. Adam's going to do the same. He's got a trash hole in. Jamie not opting to open the suited 2-gapper. And Nixon here now. Expect to open this one. 8-7 off on the button. Once folded to us, we know we're going to have position post flop. Want to be raising this one into the blinds. Makes it 900. Theon gets out of the way, and action going to be on Amir. He's got a lovely hand to defend. If we think Jamie is going to be opening a whole host of hands, can sometimes 3-bet this one as well. Definitely could be a candidate. Make it like 3.5k. Opts to just flat and play post. Ace, Queen, 9. 2 spades. So Jamie wants to be continuing this board with just 8 high here. Wants to be coming in for 1 bet. It's just a situation where this hand's rarely ever going to be good at showdown. We're up against big blind range. It should be defending very wide. So we want to come in for a C-bet. We've just gone under half pot. Try and take it down here, but Amir not going to be going anywhere here. Wants to be calling with his middle pair. Can't be doing anything else but flattening this spot. It's just too tight to fold. Yes, there is an ace out there, but you need to understand the range that should be opening the button. And the ace of spades on the turn, and this is a shutdown central for Jamie once he gets called on the flop. Flush draw is complete. Queen X isn't going to be folding to a double barrel now once the ace pairs, so we're basically only going to be targeting to fold out a hand like 9X or some Jack 10 perhaps in there as well, some gut shots, King Jack. So Jamie's just done with this hand, and I'd be doing the exact same thing. It's the thing in this game. Can't just try and win every pot. Don't have to start barreling off in random situations. Have a little think about the hand and what are the good spots to double barrel, what are the good spots to triple barrel. And this is just one where it's not a good spot, and Jamie aware of that.
Katie is on 35,000, Amir is on 37,000, Carl Pickles is on 15, just lost with queens against aces. Yes, 37,000. Alan Budge's profile on Facebook is me.
Yeah.
On Joker's Wild drinking heavily. I tell you what, that mask, by the way, that mask that we wore, the head cover and the I must have lost 14 stone in sweat wearing that. I wonder what they've got lined up for us next time. I wonder. So 30 minutes to go until the end of this session, as you can see in the top left hand corner, 28.46.
So blind on blind here, and bit of a cold flop blind on blind. Both players catching a piece. Top pair versus middle pair. Should see some chips be put in this pot.
Yeah, that was a great day. The Joker's Wild at Goliath. It really was.
Amir gonna continue firing here with his queen, and Dan just can't be going anywhere. He's got top pair and a flush draw to go with it, and we are blind on blind. Definitely need to be calling with a wider range of hands. Ace of diamonds on the end. And Amir here now with just a pair of queens. He's not going to like this river. He checks it over to Dan. And now what are we getting called by here from Dan's perspective? If we come in for value with our 7 of diamonds, Dan thinks that there's going to be some perhaps 6, 5, 4 or bare deuce of diamonds out there that he can get called by. Bet at 1.6, and Amir, quick double check of his whole cards and a quick fold. How we doing, Wayne O on Twitch?
Bueno.
Pocket 7s for Thomas. He's playing 30 bigs, just going to be opening this one. Yeah, with Queen Jack on the button, just going to make the call. Indeed, definitely be squeezing this spot with Queen, but opting for the passive approach and just going to make the call in the small and held up. Saw him defend ace-4, getting this exact same price about an hour ago, so can't see him folding it. Saw him defend the same hand. He'll make the call, 4-way.
We're all good, Wayno. Hope you are too. Watching the action from Edinburgh. Latest flop is Jack 9-6.
So yeah, flops the best of it here, and once it's checked to us, want to try and thin the field down. And he's going to incorporate this one into his check back range, and ends up turning top 2. With the King Queen now, D could potentially get into a little bit of trouble. Amir now has to bet this spot with the Queen Jack. This is a tough one, Huss, for here as D, because we're going to feel like we've got the best hand here. Once he checks through and Amir checks back this flop, like ace queen's probably not going to be in there. I think Amir's going to be free betting that more often than not versus low jack open. So from our perspective as Dan here in seat 2, I'm just going to think we've got the best hand here a lot of the times. Like King 10 might have got there on the turn, but I'm going to have a tough time folding on this river as Dan, depending on the size. But if Amir goes a standard size here and doesn't go for a massive overbet, I'm just going to be calling this off as Dan. Obviously we're worried about King 10, we've got a little bit of removal to King 10, having a king in our hand, and potentially thinking about leading it, Dan, here. Maybe he just thinks Amir's going to check back too many one pair hands. Oh, he has checked. And Amir now going to come for value with his 2 pair. And if I'm Dan, I'm not too sure how we're going to fold this hand, the way this hand's played, the flop check through. Like, don't expect Amir to check back too many Queen Jack too often 4-way. So like Queen 9 suited we're worried about, but we've got the Queen of Spades, so it's only Queen 9 of Hearts. And sees the Queen Jack, says nice hand, and not much we can do there as Dan. We've got to pay that one off. It's just a situation. Sometimes you've got to pay to see it. If you got it, you got it. And in this scenario, Amir had it for sure. Top 2 pair for him. And the thing is, Amir might play a hand like Queen 10 that way, perhaps. Check the flop, turn top pair, and then start trying to get value from his queen. I definitely think we could have 3-bet that one though, as Dan and Pre. Don't always have to just call that hand in a small blind. Definitely incorporate some 3-bets in. I'm not saying 3-bet it all the time. You've got to come up with these frequencies yourself, guys. Find a way. Best way to do it, the way I've always done it, choose a combination of a certain hand, and when you get dealt that combination, use that as your 3-bet frequency.
Some of the guys that made it through yesterday: Ben Teague, Rich Kelly, Ed Swales, Shane Ross, Robbie Bull, Robert Franks. So Rob's on his way back, smartly dressed Rob Franks. Johnny Gray, Stephen Gunn made it through, Tommy Lee, Alan Brown, Usman Ulak made it through as well.
Come on, Usman.
Yes, and Pamela Kearney, who were on our last feature table, she's made it through as well. More chip counts on the way during the next level from the outer tables.
Thomas opening with the Ace King suited. Fionn going to flat the 6s. And Amir in the cut-off with 7s. He's going to do the same. That might bring Helder in the small. And I know Helder, he hasn't been folding these type of hands. I'm surprised if he let this one go. But you see a lot of players just fold this one in the small blind potentially after this action, but just from what I've seen from Helder so far, can't see him letting this one go. And that's going to bring Tinnin in the big blind. Flop a 10, 7, 4. This is action because Helder flopping top. Yeah. Helder flopping top pair, top kicker. We got top pair for Tin as well, and then Amir with middle set here. Don't want to see Thomas continue here. Good decision from him to check. As I always say, when you do start going 4 or 5 way, don't just need to come in with a C-bet, need to be aware that there's a lot of hands that can be out there. It's just a lot less likely our C-bet's going to get through once we're up against 3-4 opponents. And it looks like Fionn here going to fire with the 6s, and he's just done the exact opposite of what I've just said. He has fired into the whole field. And he is actually in 4th place in this spot, and Amir here with the 7s going to come straight in for a raise from the looks of things. And that might be to do with what I just said. Amir probably doesn't expect Fionn to ever be bluffing at it here like he is with the 6s. And now we're in a bit of a tough spot as Helder here with the ace-10. Obviously worried about sets of 7s and sets of 4s. 10-7 suited an option as well, although we do block one of the combos of that with a 10 of hearts in our hands. So you've got 10-7 of diamonds, 10-7 of spades. Helder is going to come in for the cold call with the ace-10, and Fionn going to have the easiest fold of the day with the 6s now after this action. Can't be calling. Little bit of camera time for the man in seat 9. He's asking the dealer how much, but I'm not sure why, because even if it was a min click, we'd be getting out of the way.
Yeah.
There we go.
Out they go. So heads up to the turn.
And Helder's in a whole world of trouble here. King of diamonds on the turn shouldn't really change much. Amir's not going to be raising hand like King 10 after Theon bets into the whole field. So it shouldn't really change much from Helder's perspective. King X of clubs gets there, hand like King Jack, King Queen of clubs does go in front of us. But from Amir's perspective here, this is a pretty brick card. Clubs haven't completed, 8-9 hasn't completed. And if he did have King 10, we're still ahead of the top 2 with our set. Want to continue building this pot here as Amir with the pocket 7, so comes in for another bet here of 4.3, and if we're Helder here, in a bit of trouble. Very hard for us to be in front here. We need Amir to have a hand like 8-9 of clubs or Jack 9 of clubs. Some sort of combo draw. 5-6 of clubs is definitely a hand that he can have as well. Queen Jack of clubs might continue barreling on this particular turn once they pick up a up and down to go with their flush draw. But it comes down to the value range that Amir's supposed to have on the flop. It's pocket 7s, pocket 4s, 10-7 of hearts, 10-7 of spades.
Well, he's made the call.
So maybe Helder just thinks Amir's got too many bluffs in this spot. Like we mentioned, 5-6 of clubs, 8-9 of clubs. There's going to be some Queen Jack of clubs in there, some Jack 9 of clubs, all those type of holdings. And it's a 9 on the river. And if we're Amir here, we want to come in for our third street of value once Helder checks this over to us. So from Helder's perspective, the only hand, if we were winning, or only 2 hands if we were winning that we've got there, are Jack 8 of clubs and 8-6 of clubs, maybe Jack Queen of clubs as well, as I mentioned on the flop. But Amir might just opt to call the 2 overs flush draw on the flop. And interesting to see what size he got here. What does Amir think Helder's meant to have here once he calls twice? So Helder's going to have some combo draws himself. Oh wow, how's he checked this back?
Wow.
Wow. That's scared of monsters under the bed. That is.
I don't know what monsters there were though.
Oh, Jack 8, like I said, Jack 8 of clubs, 8-6 of clubs,
with a perfect
Jack
Jack
of clubs. I don't know. It's probably 3 combos we're worried about, Tower, and when it's 3 combos we're worried about, we want to be firing for value.
Absolutely.
We want to get paid by King 10. We want to get paid by a set of 4s. We want to get paid by the last combo of 10-7 suited. We want to get paid by King X of clubs. But Amir, with a fairly tight check back there. What's going on out there?
Who knows? Yeah, I think you left a bit of value on that table. Why not stick it in a bet? Just over 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. 297 total.
Hurricane Higgins says, when is day 2? Day 2 is tomorrow. Starts at 12:30 on stream. If you do want to come and buy in before, you need to get here about 11:45 at the latest if you want to buy in for day 2.
Will you be here? We will be. We'll be sat in this situ. Oh, you lot will be as well. Price pool currently stands at £195,000. And final table will be sometime Sunday afternoon. Usually about 3 tables coming back on a Sunday, playing to a winner. Train home, day off, Luton. And that's you?
Yeah, that is actually me. Joe, I'm trying to get a round of golf in for my day off actually, Tao, if you fancy it. Yeah, I'm trying to.
Where are you thinking of playing?
Just at my club, the Hertfordshire.
The Hertfordshire.
Lovely little course, lots of water on the back 9.
Awesome.
I do a lot of money in balls.
Maybe you should get some, get a frogman suit and get wading in. Get in it.
Ten of clubs on the turn. Lovely card for the Queen 3 of clubs. Picks up a fair amount of outs here against the ace-8. So Tin, after making pretty loose call pre, has turned a nice amount of equity. And we're going to call, see if he can find a jack or club on the river. It's just the 3. Now Helder wants to come in here, probably size up, try and get called by a 10. It looks like 5k or 2.5k, so actually a fairly small hit. Opted for south of half pot. Good afternoon, well good evening I should say now, Logs.
Yeah, Logs.
How are we doing,
Unlucky
mate?
yesterday. Yeah, the unlucky hand against Colin Wu. Woo!
Jamie been fairly patient last hour or so, finally finds a hand in the form of queens, but going to be in a flip situation still because Helder's got ace-king here in the hijack.
This is the old proverb, who wins it when it all goes in.
Yeah, well it's probably not all going to go into, I think, this occasion. We've got
I'm pretty confident.
95 bigs deep, that it is.
I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident.
Should
It's going raised to 3.1. It's going 4-bet to 7, and he's jamming.
And then Jamie will fold.
Well, he's made it 2.7, not 3.1. Here comes the raise to 7.
Over to tower this one, guys. And there's a call from Jamie. There's probably a lot of you at home expected. 7-5 deuce rainbow. Just too deep here to get it in.
Tell you, it's exactly what I said. I'm still pretty surprised he just called the 3-bet.
Yeah, well, he's opened under the gun, so straight away, once we get 3-bet after we open under the gun, obviously we've still got a lot held as range beat, but King's Races are going to be in there. But the thing is, what Jamie needs to think about, if he 4-bets, what's he doing versus a 5-bet? And if Jamie's not happy getting it in, then it's just better to flat and play accordingly on flops, like he's done in this occasion.
It certainly wasn't a check.
No, it went check bet call, continuing from the
Check
ace
bet
king.
call, so the pot's nowhere near what it should be. There we go. Just rewinding now is Dave. Realised there was a bet on the turn.
The ace king's just given up now, and river is a king. Jamie would be out the door if it all went in.
Absolutely. So it didn't. So the pot's smaller than what it actually is. What was the bet on the turn?
On the flop.
On the flop, sorry.
The turn went check. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
There was no graphic. I didn't. The camera.
There was definitely a bet though.
Yeah, the camera weren't on held. I just saw Jamie put some chips in and the dealer quickly grab them. And Jamie's going to come in for a little block bet here on the end. Looks like 2.3 with his queens. Has come a king on the river, but rather than calling off 5-6k, he's opted for a small 2.3k, and it's not 2.3 into 6.4 either, guys, because there was a bet. So Jamie's probably gone like 5th pot here, coming with a tiny little blocker bet to lose minimum against ace king, which I like a lot, to be honest. I wouldn't have actually done this myself, but thinking about it now, I actually really love what he's done here with the ladies. And he's going to see the ace king and say nice hand, but really actually big fan of that bet on the river. It's probably gone about 5th pot looking at the pot size. I know the graphic was wrong, but just understanding that he's going to have to call off a bet a lot of the time, so sort of saves himself some chips by coming in with a small block bet against good players. Probably wouldn't see him do that like against a really competent player, because they will sometimes attack that and come in with a raise as a bluff. But nice to see there from Mr. Nixon losing the bare min.
Yeah, bigger pot than what, so Nixon's chips are just slightly out. Evening, Steve Broadbent. He's still awake, he's not in his old league yet. No seniors event in this one either. And good evening, Bill. Bingo's back in. Doing a grand job, boys. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Bing.
We are 5 minutes away from the end of this session, and then the new table will be on its way.
Yeah, and we'll return from break about 8 o'clock.
Yep.
Just to let you all know, 8 p.m. is when we're going to return from that break. A 15-minute break.
We'll have an updated chip counts from around the room. Yeah. 105 still in. 300 exactly. Playing here in Edinburgh. Three-way to the flop. Thomas has got out of the way, so too has Jamie. Ace, 7, 5. A bet and a call. 9 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, gives the ace 8 absolute catalogue of outs here versus the ace jack of 10 held up, turning gut shot, nut flush draw to go with his top pair. And going to continue firing. 10 not going to be going anywhere here. Going to be calling again here with ace jack. Can't be folding this particular hole in. Wants to make the call.
4 minutes and counting. to the end of this sesh. 15 minutes to wet the whistle, and then back with more of the same at just gone 8 o'clock.
The ace-8 gets there on the end, river in 2 pair, and there shouldn't be too much 6x in Tin's range. So I was just about to say, if Helder really thinks about this one, could potentially come in for some thin value here, but now he's checked. Tin's got the easiest check behind. We're not getting called by worse, and we're going to get paid by ace-10 in this spot. Probably not. Like, we're not just never getting called by worse. And want a big check in this one behind his 10, and he's going to see the ace-8 got there on the river, but did have heaps of equity there held up. Any 6, any 8, any heart. Can we change Jamie's name to Bob? Keep thinking Nixon is in the hand. Yeah, that's Jamie Geraghty in seat 6, Jamie Nixon in seat 8. That's why we're using Jamie Nixon's surname. So save the confusion. Tried to save the confusion. Seems like you're pretty confused, Prof. I was at the start. At the start of the session, I was the same, to be fair. Took a good 15 minutes to get used to.
Time for the Mickey Blacks, says Gas. King 6 of them here is night. Dan gets out of the way in C number 2 on the old Star Brahman. Best export from Prague, that, the old Star. Tins folded. Round to Adam Bromley. It looks like putting some raising chips. Looks like a raise to about 900.
King 10 in the hijack for Adam. Raises to 9, and Jamie here 9-8 suited in the small. Just going to flat this one. Happy to see a flop with this particular holding, and Theon gets out of the way with a 6 deuce. Heads up, which is probably going to be the second from last hand of the session. Ace-9-5. 2 diamond flops, and Jamie catching middle pair, although it's going to be a board. We expect Adam to be continuing here as Jamie. He's going to call once, assuming Adam hasn't gone some extortionate sizing. Well, 700, that's going to be an easy call for us here, Jamie. To the turn, which is the 3 of clubs. Action over to Adam, which is king height. Debating whether to come in for a double barrel or not, or to check this one back. We can still credibly rep the ace king, the ace queen, the ace jack, these type of holdings here. I guess we can target some 6s, 7s, 8s, maybe some 10-9 suited, jack 9 suited, 9-8 suited, as Jamie does have in this particular scenario. And the river is a 10 of diamonds, so Adam's actually going to river the best hand here. Probably going to be a card where Jamie's going to check and Adam will think about it, but I can't see him value betting this one. We're going to have to get specifically called by a 9 to make our value bet good in this scenario. Jamie might elect to check a hand like ace jack suited over, but he's going to come in for value here, Adam, with the king 10. Bet of 22. And Jamie here. Just a 9, just going to get out of the way, I expect here. Like, Adam should be aware that Jamie just can't have a 10 once he calls flop unless he's river 2 pair. So basically we're going for value specifically against a 9 or some 6s, 7s and 8s. And if Adam deducted that Jamie will call with these hands some of the time, then I guess the value bet's going to be a good value bet, and it is on that occasion. And king 10 is the best hand, and that will be that for the session. We are going to be on a 15-minute break, everybody.
We're on a break, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you in 15 minutes. We'll have some tip counts. We'll have an update. We'll let you know what's happening in the 30-30s in Reading Leicester and Blackpool. We'll give you updates on what's happening next week when we go to Luton. But we will see you in 15.
See you then.
The poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. It's still at this stage. I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind. He's called, and I was kind of short step. And it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak. And I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, and then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another. I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute, and then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand. But obviously, it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K 6 Max was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match, had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal, you know. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
Yeah, I worked on that heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, like it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we're still winning the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of there was a mutual agreement almost, but we hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone like I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us. Buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back. I get kings on the big blind. Kings when the guy in the big blind is not even there. And Johnny Lawton raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So I've raised, he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in. He just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash, and you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, he's made 10K and they're like 6K more. So it's like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet and he tanked for ages and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And trying to avoid the cameras or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out of the Empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think is the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, and bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All in Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally. But it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure. And I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still number 1 online.
Yeah,
how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number 1 online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, put on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, at least I'm trying. I didn't think he'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit.
I've got to do this.
At the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, he was cooking clean food, and yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change and something that I really needed, because it was getting, just seemed, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah.
Awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now,
Yeah.
for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10k prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them.
Yeah.
But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary, but winning 3 on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first 2, like PokerStars, you know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because, you know, like week to week the grind can become a bit monotonous. But, you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them, and you know, you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like a something I strived to do, and like I wanted to be the leader. And once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me, so I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online is not too bad.
We'll get there. 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird because it's like it's much harder these days because you know, like people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites, and back then there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people like, it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, you know, so that's good. I know. Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but you know, it's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long.
Same seat. But I love to sit down first. I always like anymore. Speaking it well. Chairs like this. Smaller, oh, I have actually. I have those. I never put a picture. That will now be 200, 500. I will take the real now. 500 until. I remember much else. He was bullying me. He was bullying me about picking 2s early. He was bullying me about picking 2s early. I've seen that happen.
Round table. I don't know, it's much.
Is this card maybe you another table when I got the first card?
It's the last card, isn't it? Last card. It's local team in the high school.
That's all right.
That's much better. This sounds You lost your card, yeah? No, I didn't mark it. You marked
You only had one job.
I was getting the drinks. I thought you'd already done it.
One
Tower.
job, you had one
you
job.
was talking as I come in with the drinks. How am I supposed to know that the mic was muted?
So, shall we run through this again?
Yeah, we'll go through it again.
Carl Pickles in 1, Jamie Leaper in 2, Chris Johnson in 3, John Bousfield is in 4, there you see all the names, Ho Yin Lee in 5, Gareth McMahon in 6, Lloyd Jack in 7, Jamie Curry in 8, and Colin Woo in 9. We did that before, and we did that as well. So, what a pair of clowns.
Yeah, I'll make you right, Tower. I'll make you right.
Anybody want a job? There's 2 going. Hey,
Need to employ someone just on mic duty. Every time we come back, they just got to press the unmute button, and that's it. Easy job.
Thanks, Neil. Oh dear. Still watching in Portugal, drinking the sangria. What's the drink in Portugal? What's the local tipple? Obviously Spain's San Miguel, and Italy's Peroni, and Czech Republic is Staropramen, and Belgium is Stella. Right, what's Heineken's in Holland?
We've got the beer connoisseur sat to the right of me.
What? I've tried them all. I fell down on them all. Guinness in Ireland. Hmm? What's the drink in Portugal? Superbock. I thought that was South Africa.
Super Oct.
Superbock. I'm guessing he's on his phone or something, and it's gone on to auto-correct texting. Bock. Superbock, okay. I thought Superbock was South Africa for some reason.
And Cook Brad's back. Evening, gents. Where's the party?
Aye, aye. We're in Edinburgh. Oh. You stay with us for as long as possible. We have got 4 levels of poker to play, finishing round about 12:30. Just in from taking lad to training at Southend United. Good stuff. Hope it's going well for lad.
It's a Gareth opening here, playing 200, 500 with the 8-7 suited, and James comes in with a free bet. Like the choice of hand. Like the choice of size as well. And Gareth, this deep with a 7-8 suited, happy to pill, is out of position but can hit some flops. And talking of hitting flops, we got bottom 2 here as Gareth with the 7-8, and going to be playing in flow, checking this one over to the aggressor, and I think James might just check this one behind tower. Yes, we got backdoor hearts, but going to be a board that's going to favour the caller of the free bet. rather than ourselves, but we've actually caught a piece here on the turn, so going to at least lose one street of action. As James here, Gareth going to be coming in for a bet with his bottom two pair. There's a lot of bad rivers that not only kill his action but potentially can get counterfeited for to a flush can come. So Gareth wants to start firing on this turn. Bet of 2.2, and Gareth here going to be getting called by James. James not going to be going anywhere with the king queen, just wants to call and take a river in position. It's the 4 of diamonds. It's a lovely brick this here for us as Gareth. We've just got the best hand almost always here the way this is played, so want to be coming for some value, perhaps target some Queen X, and it's gone for 6.5k, so just north of half pot. And now James with the King Queen in a bit of a spot, sitting there with top pair. Got to think if Gareth is going to be over bluffing this spot once we check back flop, whether he's going to go bet, try and fold out some of our one pair holdings here. Gareth calling the free bet. He's going to have 9-8 suited, 7-8 suited, Jack-10 suited. Going to have a lot of club draws as well. Ace-X of clubs, be hands like King-Jack of clubs and a Jack-10 of clubs, and a great fold there from James. Really, really good, that tower. That looks a lot better than what it is, but nice fold from the man in seat 8, James Curry. Big fan of that one. Good laydown.
Thank you. It is Bouncy and it is Chris Johnson on our feature. As you can hear in the background, the sound is buzzing in the card room.
So Gareth straight back into it, this time at the top of his range with Ace King of Hearts, raises to 1,000. And Chris going to be defending this one when the big blind makes the call with a Queen 10, heads up to the flop. So flop 6-4-4 rainbow. These paired rainbow boards, Gareth going to have high c-bet frequency as the original opener. We've got backdoor hearts in there as well. That comes in for a continued here, and Chris just Queen 10. Not really much he can do but get out of the way in this particular spot. But Chris is a player that I've seen make many a move in my time, and straight away he's going to come in for a raise here with a Queen 10. Says, hold on a sec buddy, I've got all the fours here and you haven't, so I'm going to start repping a 4 out the big blind straight off the bat. Obviously he's going to have hands like 5-7, 5-3 in there as bluffs, and in this case he's just got a complete airball and the 6 of diamonds on the turn. Chris here coming straight in for double barrel, basically trying to represent a 4 here. Unlikely he's going to raise a 6 on the flop, and Chris Johnson been flying recently, and that hand there is a great example of why. Just pure aggression in terms of range, not just coming in for a random check raise, coming in for a check raise in the spot where he's going to have the trips so much more often than his opponent, and just applies the pressure and gets the best of fold. Power poker indeed. Cook Brad.
I love poker. Ace, King, Queen, Jack, 10. The old Royal. Good evening. Watching on Twitch and wherever you are watching, don't forget to give us a follow on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch, whichever the platforms you're watching on. Always give us a subscribe and a follow so you get the notification when we go live, which over the last 3 months has been like every week.
Yep.
And in 2 weeks time we'll be bang on in Luton. It'll be day 1B.
So Ho, Ace 5 of clubs under the gun, makes it 1.1.
Ricky's dealing, I'm going off again. Right in the bid.
Jamie here in 2 with the ace king on the button. Wants to be free betting this one. Happy to free bet get this in versus the stack size of our opponent. He's playing what is 25 bigs effective. So going to be free bet calling this off against Ho, but Ho with his stack, if he was deeper, may see him peel this particular hand, but playing 25 bigs think we want to be preserving these chips, just let this one go and wait for a better spot, and that's exactly what he does.
Chip count scrolling across the bottom with the blind at 2-5 with a 5. Big stacks. Dougie White, 150,000. Hey?
That's a stack.
150k at level 6. Tom's brother, 90. Gary Bertram, 70,000. Paul McTaggart building a stack now, is on 65. Darrell Benton, 60. Matt Davenport, I've still not seen Matt.
I saw him. I did see him.
Did you see him?
Yep.
Matt
Definitely,
Davenport up to 60,000.
King Queen for Jamie in the cut-off. We'll be raising this one up once folded to us. So Hope, 4.5 to 1 on his money. Going to flick in the defend in a dominating spot here with King Deuce, but he's not to know that. And heads up action between cut-off and big blind. Queen Jack 6 rainbow, and that will be that. I expect this to go check, bet, fold. Ho just not going to be able to continue with this particular holding. Jamie here, flopping top pair, going to come in for a bet with the King Queen, and a quick fold from the King Deuce.
King Deuce, yay, the 300 runners, the 201,000 in the prize pool. Amazing
That's
effort
good.
from everybody.
Got the clock up there.
Look at that. Fantastic. 200 entries, 100 re-entries, 201,000 collected. 103 players left in. Average stack is 35,000. What more do you need?
There you are.
What more do you need apart from me to tell you that Jamie Nixon's out?
Ah,
What's happening? What's happening to Team Grosvenor? What's happening?
well, Trig did win Manchester, to be fair.
Trig's out.
Katie?
Katie's out.
What?
Not having it. Not having it. In fact, if we get Katie and Jamie in here,
Yeah.
me and you,
Yeah.
Good effort.
I'm in
good
tower.
effort.
Let's get us in. Let's
See
get
if we
us
can
in.
make the end of
Let's
day
see.
1B.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Let's get us in. Get us
Where
in.
are they? Go and fetch them. We need words. As I was wandering around before obviously you know we're on a 30-minute delay, so we do get some information. We're wandering around, just coming in. Mel Simpson, bearer of gifts, Kings, Katie Swift, Ace King, Mel Simpson, 65,000.
That was Mel's plan all along. Give them all the little sugar tablets. They're all
They're all sat
yeah,
at tables.
yeah,
We're
yeah.
like, I can't see the cards. That's what they're doing. They can't see it. That's what it is.
That was the trick. Mel had it planned all along.
She's not daft. Not daft. So I don't know if Katie's going back in. I'm guessing she will do. I'm guessing she will be going back in. But she's just been Simpson. And she will be going back in, I am sure. John Cameron, Craig Dawson, the other two being eliminated in the early stages of level number 7.
So Chris opening the hijack here with the 10-6 suited.
Opening the hijack.
Balsi playing 36 big blinds, going to be free betting this one. Looks like he's made it 4,000 and just a smidge over 3x with the jacks. And Ho with the ace-10 on the button, playing 20 bigs himself. Is he thinking about the cold 4-bet rip? Definitely find a better spot, but Chris Johnson, aggressive player. Balsi will be aware of that, so he might be thinking Chris is opening light. Balsi knows that, and he's going to be free betting light some of the time, so our ace-10 could get the job done if we rip it in, but might just wait for a better spot. But he has ripped it in, he's gone for it. I don't mind it at all. I know we've run into jacks on this situation, but I actually don't mind this from Ho at all with the ace-10, and Balsi's got the jacks, and we just saw 2 aces go into the muck and a 10, so Ho drawing very thin here. I think he's going to need to find the case ace to keep his tournament alive. Ho Yin Lee at risk. Balsi with the best of it. And off to the flop. And it's king 9-6. So story stays the same. 4% job on the river to stay alive for Ho. A case ace is needed, and it's a lady. So Balsi going to take that one. We're going to lose Ho Yin Lee from the tournament. He will have the option to re-enter.
Terror. Scooping him in. Do you look at the price pool and think, well, I've got to flick back in? Is that the kind of way that most players are now looking at the re-entry situation? Yeah.
Not just the prize pool, I look at the field as well, Tara, and think I've got to flick back in. It's I think we'll see pretty much everyone, as long as they got the readies for it, re-entering and until they can't anymore. Right, there's probably going to be at least 50 bags up top in this one. No way I would have thought that would be the case at the start of yesterday. People have just turned out in force here. Everyone fancied a trip to Edinburgh. We've got picks opening the ace queen here under the gun +1.
11.
And raise and take the picks, no action for him.
Two 5, big blind ante. 500. Raising up is Balsi in seat number 4.
Yeah, makes it 1.1 with the ace-10. James could definitely free bet this one in the small. Definitely a hand that we can incorporate into the free bet range, but opts to just flat on this particular occasion. And Colin Wu going to be flicking those into the muck. So heads up between James and John. John in the hijack, James in the small, John with bet and lead and position. 0.95, all hearts, so John flopping the nut flush draw on the Queen 9-5 board, so going to be continuing this with his particular hand. Goes for just south of third pot, letting 1k into 3.2, and the ace 3 of diamonds of James. Just going to get out of the way, and Bousey takes another one.
Does Bousey work with card room direct? No. Bousey's, I do believe, got a timber yard up in Teesside. We've been playing on the circuit since we met him in 2007. In fact, 2008, when the first Gala Casino British Poker Tour took place in Teesside. In the Gala Casino, it's flat to the ground now, unfortunately. It ain't there anymore. Been on the circuit ever since.
Gareth with 9s raises to 1,000. Colin in the small will make the call with 3s, and Pick's got an easy defend. Suited 2 gap up in the big, getting this price.
Jack, Queen 4.
This one checks through. 9 still the best hand.
Ace of clubs on the turn.
The story remains the same, but hard for anyone to come in for a bet here with the holdings. And Colin potentially thinking about bluffing his 3s here, turning them into a bluff in the small. And very good timing here from Colin, because it's going to work. Should see 2 quick folds. Gareth's just not going to be able to continue with the pocket 9s. Nice pick up there from Mr. Wu.
Woo! Ric Flair. That's an old CFC Superbox. Yeah, that's the beer from Portugal. We did ask the question on what was the, we're reeling off the name, the drinks from other countries. I couldn't think at all. I've only been to Portugal. I've been to Madeira and I've been to the Algarve, but I've never been onto mainland Portugal. So there you go. Madeira was a weird place. Everything was at the bottom. And every time you had to go somewhere, you had to walk uphill. Everywhere. Really strange. And I'm not being funny. If you don't know about the airport, and you don't realise about the airport, when you're flying into Madeira, shut your eyes. Because the runway is on stilts. And it's at the side of a mountain. And it's the shortest runway in the world. Current price pool is standing at £201,000, I do believe. It is indeed 200. In fact, it's gone up. 203,500. 310 in the mix as it stands.
And Jamie here coming in for a lead on this 4 turn. Going to try and represent it after calling the flop. Spoke about similar hand like this a few minutes ago. He's going to have more 4x out the big blind than Colin should in this particular scenario. But button range is always very wide anyway, so would have a lot more 4x than saying under the gun open. That's a 9 of hearts on the river. And Jamie don't actually mind the lead on the turn. We're going to fold out all ace highs that are better than our hand, but once we're called here, might be shutting down. Looks a lot like Colin could have 7s plus in this spot. There's no draw on this turn, so what's Colin's calling range on the turn? That's something we've got to decipher. What hands is Colin going to be calling this turn with after he bets flop and we lead into him on the turn, and 7s plus are in there. He's going to have some 6x suited. He will have some 4s of his own. He can have 5-3 suited opening the button. I'm surprised Jamie's opted for this one. With Colin here, Jamie just repping a 4, and pretty much only a 4, so I think Colin's going to have to pay this off. And if he's got it, he's got it. That's what I'd be doing. If you got the 4, you got the 4. Nice lead on the turn. You got the max. Well played. But I'm a big fan of the lead on the turn. But this river bet, just basically repping a flop straight or a 4x type hand. And Jamie shows the ace-5. Credit to him for trying. I think once we get called on the turn from Colin, we're going to fold out all the better ace highs. We're going to fold out the king highs, stuff like that. So, got to think about the hands that Colin's called turn with that we can get to fold river, and there's not too many in there. Who's that? Craig Dawson.
Craig Dawson.
And you and Nicholas's long lost brother.
So good to see you ladies around the table. That's 45,000 as well. Going along very nicely indeed. Give us a shout if you know everybody around the room. This was just done. Okay, it's just at the re-entry. She moved tables. You can see in the background. There's 150,000. Is that the chip leader?
It is.
The chip leader from the break who we saw.
That's Douglas.
Ludo.
Oh, Ludo's
stacking up.
Yeah, he's got about 70, 80 I'd say actually, Tower. 80, 90k for Ludo, so he's chipping up nicely.
Very nice indeed.
There's Paul McTaggart.
Finally getting his stack. Nearly 70,000. And Katie is now moved tables. She's back in.
There's Dave in the background as well.
Is this still on his phone?
Rare shot of Dave.
Yes, still on his phone.
And Bedbound says that's
Tom Ward.
Ward.
Thank you very much, Bedbound. Where's Jack, the last winner? Jack made day 2 via the online flight. The first ever online main event flight. 12 runners. 180. One thing I didn't realise is that him and Riggy were heads up for 90 minutes.
Yep. I was speaking to Riggy about it, yep.
90 minutes they were heads up.
And then
I'm thinking, well, did you not just say, look, we'll just pass and fold and make day 2? Well, none of that.
The best bit about it, they were heads up for 90 minutes, and what Riggy said to me, as they were heads up, after about 10-20 minutes of heads up, Mark Dyson brought back in, and they were free-handed.
Sit back down.
So picks calling the 500 open from Colin Wu, and Bousey coming in with a 3-bet here with a 5-3 with 3 of spades out of the big, and Colin Wu 4-bet with the 3 deuce.
Yes.
Woo, woo, woo. Not low. comes in with the 4-bet. That was a slight graphic error there, guys. Colin open, Pixie flatted. Bousey 3-bet the 5-3 suited out the big, and Colin Wu just counted out the 4-betting chips and went, you know what? I'm a non-believer, and he just sticks it right back up Bousey with the 3 high. Love it, love to see it. Making moves with the 3 deuce of hearts. Jack 10 suited for Carl, opens this one in the hijack, makes it 1.1. Just playing 22 bigs here, Carl, to the flop. 4 deuce deuce, 2 spades, so complete whiff for both players. Paired board here, like to see picks come in for 1 bet and then just shut down if we're called on this particular board texture, and going to get that one through with a jack high. Nice little pickup.
Level 7 of the day.
30 minutes left of level 7.
Yep. You can see the clock in the top left hand corner when we go to camera 1 to 5.
Jack 10 suited for Colin. Going to be opening this one. Makes it 12. And Jamie here, Queen Jack versus EP Open. Might opt to let this one go. And is happy to see a flop with position on the opener. Just makes the call. And Lloyd going to be defending this one, 6-5 off. Definitely want to be defending this in the big, getting this price. 700s win 3.6, just over 5 to 1 on our money.
Off to the flop. Deuce, Queen, 4, 2 hearts.
It's got gut shot for Lloyd. Not much here for Colin with the Jack 10. Might continue once. Probably more inclined to continue on a board with 1 spade on it. Go either way with this one. Got to be worried about the hijack calling range as well. He's going to have hands in there like King Queen, Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited. Colin bets 1.8 with the Jack 10, and Jamie just going to be calling here in position. We've got no other option here. Don't want to be raising this one, and it's way too tight to fold. So I'd like to see a call here from Jamie with the Queen Jack. There is the call, and 5-6 of Lloyd here, getting 4 to 1 with a gutter ball.
Uh-oh, re-entry, spanned. Got a ticket in his hand and 25,000 chips.
Is he coming on it?
Oh, 20,000 chips, sorry. Oh, he's not got 20,000, 25,000.
So 5 of spades on the turn, and Colin, once he's been called in 2 spots here, Tower, it's just not good to be double barreling here with the hand that we specifically got. We've got no real equity. We're drawing dead against a queen, and it's been checked over to Jamie here. And Jamie will feel like he's got the best hand against Colin. And he will, in the back of his mind, think about the range of hands that Lloyd's going to be overcalling with on this flop. This 5 will hit him some of the time. He's going to have some heart draws in there. He's going to have hands like 5-3, 6-3, ace-3, all going to be in there. Bet at 2.6. So giving Lloyd a price of 4.5 to 1 to make the call here with his pair and gut shot. From Lloyd's perspective, it does look like Jamie has what he has in this particular scenario, which is a queen. Like I said, he's going to have the king-queen, ace-queen some of the time that doesn't elect a free bet. Queen-jack suited, queen-10 suited, queen-9 suited might even be in there. And as we can see, Jamie's actually peeling as wide as queen-jack off versus EP open, so even more queen-x than originally perceived. Just makes a good lay down there. Even though he was getting an attractive price, he is very short. Lloyd wants to preserve his chips. 22 big, still plenty to work with on this hour clock. Hijack open from Chris, Jack 7 suited, raises to 1.2. Balsey just folds the ace 9 of hearts, potentially a free bet Chris without hand. Just raise and take for Chris Johnson.
Raise to 1.1 from Carl under the gun. Folding all the way around to Lloyd in 7 with ace 10. And now just call.
So Lloyd seeing if he can catch a potential piece to go with on this flop. Defending the 8-6. Ace Queen 5 is the flop. So Lloyd does outflop Pix, and Pix checks over to Lloyd, who's going to check this one behind, incorporating some ace-x into his check back range. Big fan, especially of this particular one, ace 10. After it's checked through, Pixie going to come in for a bet with his 10s. Does need to be aware that Lloyd will check back some king queen, queen jack, queen 10, those type of holdings. In this case, he's actually checked back an ace, so just going to call, try and induce something from Pix on some potential rivers, although Pix is going to be snap checking all rivers except the 10. 2 of hearts. And there it goes, check, check, and the ace 10 of Lloyd is the best hand. Pixie back down to 21 bigs.
Call on 10.5. Gareth up the top on 75,000.
And in 15 minutes time, the turbo flight is going to kick off. We'll be fancy playing the main you're not a fan of the hour cock, not sure why you wouldn't be, but if you prefer the turbos,
Yes.
it is starting in 15 minutes. It's flight day 1C. We've got Gareth in the hijack, Queen Jack. Opens this one to 1K, and Lloyd now playing 30 bigs, but potentially be free betting this one versus hijack opening the cut off. We've got Ace Jack. Definitely going to be ahead of most of the hijack opening range, so free bets to 3.3. And James here, ace 9 off. Definitely not thinking about cold calling here. May have had some dark thoughts and thought about coming in for the cold 4. We've already seen a 4-bet from Colin Wu with the free high, and Pixie's just got the most beautiful shove spot of his life here. 20 bigs. There's an open, there's a free bet. You just rip it in with the jacks, and Lloyd with Ace Jack of hearts here in a bit of a spot because he's actually getting a really nice price and going to make the call. And just one Ace 10 versus the 10s of picks. Can he win Ace Jack versus the jacks of picks?
Carl Pickles at risk.
We have already seen an ace going to the muck. So just fading 2 aces is Carl. And that's a lovely flop for us. Not a single heart in sight. Fading just an ace now. Backdoor wheel a possibility as well. And that's a great card for us with the jacks. Just fading an ace.
Richie
It's a
does.
6 of spades. So Carl
Starting stack.
back up over starting. So they're going to double up with the pocket jacks, and Lloyd, who just won a nice little pot, running back up to 30 bigs, is in the danger zone. 10 big blinds for him, and blinds are going up in 15 minutes time. Blue 58, good evening. Evening guys, half time at the Bet365. Stoke robbed by a soft decision by the ref to disallow the goal. Should be 2 up.
Yeah.
That's great. You go to a football match and you still tune into the live stream. It's
half time at the Bet365. It could actually be at home watching it as it's on Sky. We're surmising he's there, sat in the cold in Stoke,
with the live stream on as
freezing
well.
his tads off when he could be drinking Malbec in front of fire with Sky Sports on.
Yeah, and the live. Yeah,
I'm going for the latter.
Yeah. Now I think about it. So I now actually think about the situation. I think you're right. The way I read it, I thought Blue might have been there.
Kev sent Jules to the match. Kev sent Jules to the match. He sat in front of the fire with the Malbec, watching it on Sky. Good lad.
And if you like your football betting tomorrow, Towers treble.
Yes,
Will be up.
we will be ready. Already been studying.
Get yourself on the Grosvenor Sportsbook for the treble. Tower. It's due. I'll tell you that, it's due. Due to make us a little bit of money.
Day. 2 weeks time.
Luton.
We're on his way. Luton is on his way. This guy's going to be playing the 30-30.
Yep.
And don't forget, it's a 3 p.m. start in the minute on the Sunday at 3 o'clock. Sorry, 40-minute clock, 20,000 starting stack. He's playing the 30-30 and the minute, working the main. Unless Jamie and Katie coming over and we're swapping over, but I doubt that very much. Yeah, Luton is on the way. Another fabulous, massive event looks like.
We'll come back to Luton because we're going to have an all-in call here because Lloyd's getting called by Gareth with the ace queen. He's got the kings. He's got the best of it. He's found kings with 10 bigs. What a dream! On his way to a double up here, just fading.
You might as well stand up.
Yeah, he might as well stand up, says Tower. You know how Tower feels about this situation. It's not an ace, but it is a lady. Does give us a couple of extra outs. Can find a queen. Oh, and that is dead.
That will do nicely.
So we'll double up Lloyd. He's going to bet back to just under 12k. Back to 24 big blinds, fine for him. Let's shoot back to Luton as we have the schedule up.
Yeah, there's some great events, full schedule, and it's also looking like, and we'll confirm it in the next 2 days while we're live in Edinburgh, that Blackpool will be exactly the same schedule as that in Luton. So the schedule there looks like being the same schedule for Blackpool, obviously different dates, but a couple of weeks later, then Blackpool will start, and we were heading into mid-October, late October, again towards November. Grand final, Dublin, Christmas, New Year, Super Bowl, start again.
Super Bowl.
But that schedule right there is fabulous, and all you poker players, the GUKPT has been fabulous this year so far. And the next leg in a couple of weeks' time is Luton. Make sure you get yourself down there, book your hotel. One of the closest hotels is the Premier Inn or the Ibis, which is just across the road from the hotel, from the casino.
And make sure you make yourself known if you see me in the mini or the 30-30.
Name badge.
Let me know who you are if you're watching the chat and you're coming down to play it. But
absolutely,
as Tara said, playing both of those and working the main. Won't be playing the main event as always. What if I do the double? Can I have the main off? 30-30 mini? You let me have the main off?
If you do the double,
yeah,
you can get the drinks in. And making large drinks if you do the double.
It won't happen. It's mathematically improbable. You need to run so good to win a poker
absolutely.
tournament, let alone two in the space of a week with the fields that Luton are going to get. Like this from Jamie here. Free betting the 10-8 of clubs on the button after an open and a flat. Colin Wu with pocket nines, not going to be going anywhere here. He's going to make the call, take a flop heads up out of position. Good choice of hand selection here from Jamie. Nice sizing that he's opted to go for as well. Just under 3x. King, Queen, 7 rainbow. So this pot's going to be going Jamie's way more often tonight, especially with that 7 of clubs on board. It's king high. This is just going to be an easy c-bet for us as Jamie here. Once we free bet this particular holding, we're going to have the stronger hands here. Wow, he checks this one back. Checks it back on King, Queen, 7 rainbow with the 7 of clubs out there. After free betting the 10-8 of clubs. I would have put a lot of money on him c-betting this board. I guess maybe he might have picked up something on Colin. And now Colin's just going to come in for a lead with his pocket nines. And Colin Wu, very difficult player to play against. He takes a lot of unorthodox spots. Like this is a spot where you just don't ever expect nines to bet, and like you don't expect him to have a hand like nines. The way this hand's played, and it can be very difficult to play against. And Colin Wu takes another one. Did have the best hand.
We are just going to have a look at the 30-30s that are on this weekend. I think Blackpool's going to struggle, you know. It's looking like a £400 event in Blackpool is going to struggle. There are just 25 players today. 1C is tomorrow. The turbo as well. He needs 120 entries, 125 entries.
What's the
For the 50k for the 50k guarantee, £400 bike. I mean, well, that doesn't it?
It's 360 plus 40, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 140.
Yeah.
140.
It might struggle, Blackpool, unfortunately. First big comp back might be just out of the pocket of a lot of players who haven't played a lot of poker in the northwest.
I know Leicester's a 30-30 as well. I saw Tim Chung bagged up chunks in that
Did he?
one yesterday. Yeah, he's the 7 made it through. Tim Chung was chip leader with I think 260k. Him and Maz Bako, top 2 in chips in that one. Maz on form. Not seen him here in Edinburgh. Maybe just a bit too far to travel for him. As Chris just applying pressure versus cut off open here. Ace Queen suited for Jamie. Against this particular opponent, I'm just ripping this hand. There's Jamie. We got 40 bigs, yes, but Chris Johnson, I've seen a lot from him on the stream. Played a tiny bit with him in the mini day 2 at Leeds, but he's just pure aggression. And if you're opening cut off and he's free betting button, I would probably just rip that as Jamie, because now we're out of position against a very good player. We've not got the betting lead, but we have found the flop for our hand.
Nice flop. Ace 10-10.
Everything's fine. Chris's sizing went 3x just over. He's got the king in there for removal. He's got a suited hand. Facing a cut-off open. Don't donk! No!
Oh, no.
No!
Don't.
Oh, Jamie, what are we up to?
Macapac's not daft.
We've just lost probably 6-7k tower as Jamie. Like Chris is gonna c-bet this board more often than not, but maybe Chris is just gonna attack this donk, and he does. He raises it up to. It's a weird one though, because from Jamie's perspective, like, is Chris ever gonna raise ace king here? No, he's not. He's not gonna raise ace king here. He's just gonna call. He's gonna keep our bluffs in there. So Chris now just repping a 10 in this particular scenario, makes it 11.6k. Jamie with ace queen should. It's hard to give Chris credit for too much 10x after he 3-bets his pre, but Jamie here could have got himself into a world of trouble. A pot that should have always been going his way after this flop. Not going to fold, is he, Tower? I think he's going to fold the way he's posturing here. Hand on the mouth. Soothing tactic. Chris is just never going to do this with ace king. He's going to flat ace king almost always. So just basically repping a 10 here, and maybe Jamie's figured this one out. Oh wow. Oh wow, is he going to fold it? And the thing is, for someone that's just entered this tournament, they're not aware of the Grosvenor regulars, no, he just rips it in. And Chris just going to have to fold the king out of the clubs there, like he does. But I thought Chris would just fold to the donk, to be honest with you, Tower. But he just went after it and attacked it. Maybe thought we could get a weak ace-x hand to fold, or fold out some flush draws. But maybe it did actually work on that occasion for Jamie there. But over the long run, guys, in 3-bet pots, when it's a lot more favourable for our opponent and we smash the flop ourselves, we don't want to be donkered. A lot of the time we're going to miss out on a c-bet. Like Chris, when he has a hand like he has, he's just going to be c-betting that board almost always. And yes, we did induce a raise from our opponent in that particular scenario. And if that was the thought process, fair play to Jamie. I don't know what's going on in these players' heads. I don't know how they're proceeding in these pots. And if we really delved into it and thought I'm going to donk to induce, then fair play. And probably a little exploitative line from him. But if it was just, I've hit an ace, I'm just going to lead because I've hit an ace, then that's not what we want to be doing. But could have been the first option. As I said, he might have donked to induce. Maybe he knows Chris very aggressive and might have taken the bait. So if that was the case, well played. But I thought I'd just see donk lead fold, and I thought Chris wouldn't fall for it.
Lads after the block.
Ace, Queen, Ace 8, Jack. The next flop. Keith splashes that free ice cream getting handed out. Yes, indeed it is.
Yeah, pretty mad hand. Like, it's a weird one. It is a weird one. I know chat having a little discussion with themselves, but just check the ace queen, check call flop, like. And the thing is, the free bet rip as well. We're only getting called by better, never getting called by worse. Fold out all the bluffs, obviously. I think Chris shuts down anyway. As soon as Chris gets called on the turn, on the flop with his raise, if Jamie didn't elect to shove it, then he would have shut down anyway. But it's a really, really weird hand. And if it was Jamie just thought layers upon layers and knew Chris Johnson was and thought I'm going to donk small to induce, then fair play to him taking an exploitative line, but just from my perspective I'm not sure that was the case. If it was, great to see, as we've got picks opening the ace-10 suited, and Jamie going to come in for a small free bet here, makes it 2.6, just over 2x. Yeah, I agree with your ship 09. It's such a unorthodox line that he managed to get the max in that situation. You won't see many players taking a line like that, but in that situation, he did get the max, and this situation, Pix is just going to check fold after he has a couple more scoops of ice cream. Gets out of the way. Yeah, Keep Splash. All the GUKPTs. Ice cream gets handed out to the players, usually around this time.
Schoolboy here, we got none.
Yep. Guy Taylor's out. He's gone. He's done. He's saw that hand and he's done. Doesn't want to watch anymore. He's out the door. So Balsy raises to 1.2, the ace king of diamonds. Colin going to defend in the big blind with the jack three of hearts. Lovely flop. Flopping top and bottom. And Balsy just checks behind. And Colin now wants to be coming in for a lead more often than not on this particular spade turn. Don't want Balsy checking back with a 3-1 if he's got like a random spade in his hand. Gets to realise his equity. Probably just going to let this one go with the ace king of diamonds, this specific ace king combo. Yeah, it's fine understanding that you don't donk bet, but you've got to go on to the next level. Like, people like may watch the stream, or they may watch Poker Everywhere or training videos, and people will say you should raise this hand, or you shouldn't donk lead in this situation, or you should lower your c-bet frequency on this flop. Like, that's all good, you understand that, but then you've got to go to the next level. You've got to actually understand why that's the case. Like, it's all good someone telling you that you should be doing that, But then you've got to go to the next level and think, why shouldn't I be doing that? Actually delve into it. Why is it not good to, in that situation, for example, why is it not good to donk lead? Or why is it not good to c-bet certain boards? You've got to start asking yourself them questions. Like, you'll have players like that have been playing for a little while. They're probably a bit more experienced now, and they'll talk to people and they'll say you should raise these hands, you should start free betting these hands. But then you've got to get the understanding of why we're doing that. It's fine hearing someone else say it and then doing it yourself and applying it yourself. But you may be applying it yourself, but if you actually don't understand the reason why you're applying it, then that's what you want to go back and take a look at and start getting the understanding of why we're doing these things, rather than just hearing it and applying it. Actually understand it as well. And daytime Twitch, do we know when the Blackpool dates are going to be released? They're already out. If you go on the Grosvenor website, the schedule's not out yet, but we are pretty sure it's going to be almost identical to Luton. But the dates are the 28th of October through to the 7th of November. And you can go on our Grosvenor Poker website. If you go to the events tab, GUKPT, go down to Blackpool, the dates are there. No schedule up as of yet, but we are pretty sure it's going to be very similar to Luton. The blinds are now up. Going to be playing 300, 600. Should be going up this hand. Will says, are Katie Swift and Kelly Saxby still in? Katie has had a re-entry, but she's still in on that re-entry. I'm not sure if Kelly flicked back in or not. I know she had 2 entries today. She might be waiting for the turbo. Well, it has just started 5 minutes ago. But the turbo has now kicked off. So Kelly might have flicked in the turbo. Not sure about that. But I know Katie is in day 1B. She's on another re-entry. There's Carl with the 8-5 suited on the button. Not opting to open this one. Into Chris's big blind. And action on Jamie here, going to complete the King 4. And Chris with the 8-4 off in the big. I thought Chris was going to do this. I think after he saw that hand, once Jamie, without even seeing the hands, but I think once Chris knows that hand that he played with Jamie donked into him on a 3-bet pot where you should never have a donk lead on that board, that Chris just knows that he's going to have a decent edge against his opponent and just happy to raise in the big there, go post flop, he's got position. Thanks everyone that's been tuned in throughout the day. It's been a pretty fun day here in Edinburgh. Day 1B, turnout has been incredible. No way we were ever expecting this many to turn up. And the prize pool is just getting bigger and bigger. Over 200k now. Could see 60, 70 bags up top in this one, which for Edinburgh is just going to be madness. Field's great, atmosphere's great here. Everyone come out in force. It's blind on blind action again, this time between Chris Johnson and Bousey. Ace 5 the flop, check check, king on the turn. Chris coming in for a bet here. And Balsi will make the call with the king deuce. And River's a meaningless 2-pair, counterfeited. So we're going to be playing aces and kings with a 5 kicker. And Chris, after he's called on the turn, thinks about hands that he's going to get called by and just chooses to check this one. And the king high, the pair of kings, 2-pair kings and aces for Balsi is going to be the best hand. Keep Splash, do you think there'll ever change that you can play multiple days and take your biggest stack through? No, that's never going to get changed, well not anytime soon at least. The way these tournaments work, they've been so successful over the last few years that there's no need to change something that's working.
Hey, what happened there? They were a reboot. What happened? If Jamie Nixon wins it, he needs to thank Mel Simpson.
Okay.
4s against aces, turns a 4, doubles him up back to 20.
There you are, Daytime Twitch. Tower just answered that one for you.
Yep.
He's up to 20k.
He was nearly out the door. Stood up, put the coat on.
Turns a 4.
Turns a 4, set of 4s, beats a pair of aces. Mel Simpson, not happy. She instantly turned around and gave him a tablet. A Scotch tablet. So yeah, the turbo started with
28.
20. 3 cash tables running. 3 cash tables running. Turbo running. Main event running. Busy. Tables everywhere. Upstairs, downstairs. In the bar area. Everywhere. I think you need to have a quick bet on West Brom nicking an 88th minute winner. Stoke must have been 43 up, well they should be. Get it on West Brom.
Are we on Facebook? I just got a message saying we're not on Facebook.
We better check. Tell PK, it might be the timing error.
It could be, yeah, we're not like, yeah, we're not.
Yeah, not live on Facebook, has it gone off?
Yeah, it has.
We'll get PK on the case, it's something to do with timing error, you can only live stream for a certain amount of time. So, as soon as PK comes back in, we will let him know.
Open from Colin with the 8s. Jamie just flattening the king queen in the hijack, and Chris comes in for a free bet here with the ace queen suited to 4.5. Colin just lets the ace go. Action on Jamie here. He's going to do the same with the king queen. Chris picks that one up. And Theon says Gareth the Crusher McMahon. I'm guessing that's Theon. That was on our table earlier. It's an unfamiliar name. Uncommon, I should say. Under the gun open from Colin, Queen Jack suited. Gareth going to flat the 5-6 suited on the button, and Lloyd in the small blind here. Lloyd's working with 17 bigs, and this is nice from Lloyd. This is really good from him. Just knows Colin Wu can open a whole host of hands, even from under the gun. We've got the dead flat from Gareth. We've got a suited ace here, bit of removal, so just rips it in the small for what was 17 big blinds, and just like that up to 24.
Hands up to the flop.
So 9s for Gareth. Colin Wu in seat number 9 with the flush draw on the flop. Gets raised to 8k. I think Colin's just going to give up, which he does. Former champion Colin Wu.
Thank you, Fion. Thank you. Be no live stream without players, simple as that.
They're a bit quick, these bots, aren't they? They don't know. Get it quick, boom, get off, get out of my chat. Ace Queen for James raises up to 1.5. We're a stack of 40k. Carl Pickles peels the big blind with the Queen 9.
Want to be defending this one as Carl. Looks like it's a low board here.
Is that 4, 5, 7? Carl has called. The board 4, 5, 7.
I like James's decision to check this one back, just understanding ranges and how Carl is supposed to have more hands on this board than us, and Carl going to come out firing because of that. Understanding that he's going to have the 2 pairs, he's going to have the flop straights, well, a lot more of them than his opponent. I guess James will be opening 6-8 suited, 6-3 suited on the button. He will have them as well, but Carl's going to have the offsuit variety of those hands. Going to have all 16 combos rather than the 4 suited combos. So comes in for a lead and takes that one down.
next. I was thinking it would have been unfair to be on the speed limit and not make the final. That's unfair to do. Just to look at the ball.
Chris makes it 1.3. Raise and take for him with the ace king. And we've got the Haymaker series.
Yes, I'm playing that Wednesday.
Running
I'm
throughout.
playing it. No, it's not on Wednesday.
It's the following Wednesday.
Following Wednesday, the 13th is the next one.
Yeah, 6 tournaments left, 6 free rolls remaining in that one. Got to win one of them free rolls. 6 left. Richard King won our first one on Wednesday. If you do win one of the remaining 6, it's a great prize. You get to come to the Vic. You get some money in your pocket anyway, and then you get a chance of winning more money. 8-man sit and go. David Hay, yourself, 6 other opponents, and get yourself a chunk of the prize pool potentially if you can take that sit and go down. 20k added in that one, and the guys that have put this promotion on for us done a great job. It will be live streamed as well, so chance to play on the featured table, but we are looking forward to that one. So picks opening on the button with the Jack 8. Chris just going to defend the 10-8 suited. Chris out flopping picks it. And, this one goes check check. Picks not opting to continue with his gut shot. 7 of hearts on the turn. So Carl not opting to continue, and Chris Johnson just comes straight in with a lead. Shows picks the 10. So Kellett scouting out the competition for tomorrow. Bagged up 114k yesterday. Rich Kellett. Just having a little look on the rail there, what's going on. PK, we're not on Facebook. No.
No. Sort it. It's your fault. I think it just goes off after a certain time, doesn't it? Is that what it is? We're sorting it right now, Facebook fans. Hey, Facebook fans.
Back on Facebook, so if you have popped over to YouTube or Twitch and you're usually watching it on Facebook,
Yes.
we're back on.
Refresh Facey. Yes. Oh, yeah. I want to look at. I want to see it. King Queen, Jack Queen. Is there any paint about?
Yeah, Facebook's back, bingo's back.
Oi, 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 bingo day, bingo, bingo, bango, bongo.
Where's Bongo on Golo?
Where's he been today? He's not been in today.
So Carl with the 10-9 suited, easy open for us, once folded to us in the hijack. Chris going to flat the 6s on the button, and Gareth here in the big blind with the ace 4. going to defend his option.
So, 3 players. Check.
Ace, queen, deuce, rainbow. And our picks coming in for continue here with the 10-9 suited. Quick fold from Chris with the
21.
sixes.
That's good.
He's not getting involved, but Gareth going to be calling once here after flopping top pair. Definitely some double barrel candidates for us as Carl. That's not one of them. I think we'll just see him shut down a lot of the time now. Might start barreling. Oh, he is coming in for a double barrel here. Just going with range here. Going to rep the ace queen, ace king, ace jack, ace 10. We got all these holdings. And potentially get our opponent off of some queen X with this double barrel and deuce X as well. Fold out jack 10s, king jacks, king 10s, hands like that. But in this scenario, Gareth with 2 pair. I should probably just mention as well, I know we're on Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. I know a few handful of people still watch on the Grosvenor Poker website. We don't have access being channeled into our chat box through that. So if you have been chatting to us today and you are watching on the Grosvenor Poker website, we're not ignoring you, we just don't see the chat from that chat box. I've just actually opened it up on a tab. Julian Davis, good evening. Lord John, good evening. See, Anthony Gardner's tuned in as well.
Oi, oi.
Ian Mackay, Mark Pinnington. It's,
Boom, what's happened?
well, aces versus kings has happened. That is what's happened, and Chris is going to be getting a double up here.
Oi, oi.
Well, assuming he fades a king.
Yeah.
Gareth not going to be folding this one. The caller of all callers, aces into kings. It happens. There's not much you're going to do. You can do. The chips are just always going to go in. And Chris actually going to flat
close.
here. Yeah, going to play it deceptively,
Like it.
which is fine.
Like it.
We're in the cut-off. Gareth might be free betting out the small blind light.
Yeah. Great flop for both.
Yeah.
Gareth's going to bet. Chris is coming over the top.
No, it's just flat and tower.
You think?
Yeah, we want to keep Gareth's ace king, ace queen, king queen, all these hands that we got drawing dead. We just want to keep them in. Against this size, is that 1.1k? No, 2.1k. I was about to say that's a bit small. Here with Chris here, it's just going to come straight in for the race. You're right, tower. Maybe just thinks Gareth's going to have it enough of the time. There's the all in, there's the call. Kings for Gareth, aces for Chris.
Shut the front door. Tower got one correct.
Tower's got one spot on, guys. And that's me for the night. I'm going to leave you with Tower for the last 2 sessions and a half. I'm off. Early bar for me.
Go and flick it in. Go watch the end of the Stoke match. West Brom need to equalise.
So just fading a king or a 4 for a chop, and Chris will double up.
Oi,
It's
oi.
a 3 of hearts, so the aces of Chris will find a double. Classic call up. This was always going to go in at any point of this hand.
Forget Loddon knows.
Yeah, Loddon thinks, Tower thinks.
Played that a few times at the bars in Dublin, let me tell you.
3, 4.
And other areas.
Yes, Chris just thought Gareth was weighted to overpairs. Maybe he thought on that particular board he's going to have more checks with ace king, ace queen, king queen, those type of holdings, and just probably weighted his range to overpairs and was happy to just raise, get it in there. And he's got the double.
sometimes the rule book goes straight out of the window. And I'm not being funny, listening to Jay, you'll learn a lot more than listening to me, that is for sure, because Jay is one of the best. But I just think sometimes every now and again, the way the player plays, it's just unorthodox, and my way of thinking sometimes comes in. And that one was just, I just thought Chris was playing that way. So he ended up doing that. It doesn't happen very often that Tower's right, let me tell you. But listening to Jay, you certainly learn a lot more about the game than listening to me. Now, when it comes to singing and dancing and performing,
anything else,
I'm not being funny.
I'm useless.
Number one.
Yeah, you talk about music, you talk about NFL, you talk about where places are, Rotherham to Rotterdam. Where'd you get that fact from? Did you pace it out yourself?
You want to know anything that happened in the 2007 GUKPT season, just ask me, son, just ask me.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
You know when you were still at school?
The GUKPT archive, that's
when
what
you were just going to secondary school?
Year 8 I would have been, Tower. Year 8, so I would have been 12, 13 when this tour started.
Ends up to the flop, Gareth and Colin. Woo! See a flop of 10-6-2. Paul Fletcher says it was a standard White Lion play.
You got people flatting aces to free bets at the White Lion, Paul. God, I'm not coming there. No wonder Ewan and Chris can't get anything going there. That's it's definitely not in the amateur book of poker, I'll tell you that. So 7-3, going to take this one. As we've got just over 30 minutes left of this session, and then we will head out onto the final 15-minute break of the day. Will be a new feature when we return as well. I'll let you all know who we got in about 20-25 minutes time. If there's any notables coming onto our feature from the last session.
I help Rakesh.
Are you the guy from the Go Compare adverts? Oh,
How are we doing, Rakesh? Hope things are well.
how are we doing, Rakesh? I think he's got school tomorrow, Kevin. He's just realised that might be why.
Manny is sitting on 105,000. We're definitely one of the big stacks in the room. Kate Swift has every entry.
Literally
We'll
just
find
out
a
now.
chip stack behind you because
It's just there.
RJ is just going to fetch the ice water. Iced water, yes. We need some water. We need some fluid. Give us some water. So in the building there's 3 cash tables running, there's 21 in the turbo, and there's still 86 in the main event. 328 total entries. Eliminations in the last 45 minutes spanned Andy Back, Andy Feenan, Was Nazir, Chun Wong, Michelle Baldy, Tom Noble, Derek Reed, Ali Ahmed, Mo Ralph, Andy Haygarth, Jamie Geraghty, and Daryl Williamson. They are the eliminations in the last 45 minutes from around the room. 86 still in out of 328, 190 tonight, which is fantastic. Nathan, champion in 2019. Jay's the best. He told me day 2 that you had the best table in the world, and made you think and play your best, which you did, and you ended up winning it.
40k.
40,000. Go on, Katie. 40k. Might not be doing the comms after all. We will get a mere chip count at the break, and we'll let you know exactly how many he has got. Unless one of us nips out before then, we will try and fetch you a mere chip count. What did you tell Nathan?
It was a long time ago, so I've just read the comment myself. I can't even remember, but obviously I used to chat.
Obviously, you looked at the seat drawer and thought.
I used to chat to Nathan a lot. There's a few players that I have a chat with on my breaks, just discussing hands, go through some things, and maybe I just knew a few of their faces on his table and just gave him a little information, perhaps. I can't remember it, to be honest with you, Nathan. I can't. It was 2 years ago. I'm better at remembering visually than I am getting it in through the years, to be honest with you. But if I did, I was glad to see you take it down as well. Always nice when one of the good guys wins a tournament. Shame you can't be here this year to defend it. Would have been great to see you. It's been a while.
If you are very low stacked at the end of day 1, can you surrender your chips? I don't actually know, you know.
You can in the minis and the 30-30s, I know that, so...
Can you?
Yeah.
Nobody talks about it.
Yeah, no one. I don't think...
We need to ask PK about that. What if Jim's listening? Ah, buonasera. Chiesa. Good evening, buonasera. Come va?
So he's 10-4, all club flop, not a single player other than Marius with a club hit. Means flop second nut flush draw and Broadway draw. 3 of hearts on the turn. Might come in for potential bet now as Marius, but opts to check again. And looks like Jamie's going to have a stab at it here with just 9 high, no draw. Chris Johnson with a king queen not insta folding here. It's about 1.4k. It's a tiny size here from Jamie, and Chris smells weakness. Doesn't matter what the hand is. I've seen Chris make some adventurous plays in my time, and look, here it goes again. He just senses spot on. absolutely spot on. Just knows that Jamie's going to be pretty weak. He's going to probably bet a lot of his ace-x on the flop. His flop flushes four ways, probably going to bet as well. So he's basically saying, unless you've got a set of threes here, buddy, you're not going to be able to call this raise. And Chris Johnson just goes for it again. See it time and time. There's a reason why you see his picture in so many FT photos. And that lovely play there from Chris Johnson. Not something I would have done myself, but the sense on the situation was spot on.
Lines, guys, please. 6 and 6. Cheers. Fold. 1,300.
So we've got blow-by-blow accounts going on at Stoke City. The West Brom keeper just pushed the ball into the face of Surridge and only got a yellow.
So what? I think you should start your own podcast, Kev.
I think you should. I think you should get the coat off Jay. Look like John Motson for tonight.
I've still got that coat. I've still got it. It is floating around somewhere.
Right, it's finished. Finished 1-0. Best side one.
Fold.
Chris opening the king 7 of hearts. Did have the aces versus kings. So it is nicely stacked up. Marriott's going to flat the threes on the button. Was 1.3. And Lloyd with a king 10 suited in the big blind here could potentially rip this one tower, especially against a Chris Johnson open. I might just move all in with the king 10 suited and 20 big blinds, just sub, but opts to take the lower variance approach. Just going to call out the big, see if he can catch a good enough piece to go with. Well, there's a piece for both players here. The threes of Marius, 3 overcards to his pocket pair, so he's going to get out of the way, but Chris here flopping second up flush draw. Not choosing to continue this one, going to incorporate in a check, maybe thinks the button range is going to be pretty Queen X and Jack X heavy. And it looks like paint on the turn. Jack of clubs. Now this is actually a card Chris could represent as well. He's going to check back some of his Jack X on this particular board, but we're faced with a lead from Lloyd with the king 10. He's up and down. He's called out of the big blind. He's going to have all the Jack X here. All the suited Jack X are going to defend. He'll be in there with like Jack 7, Jack 8, Jack 9, all the offsuit combos, Jack 10 in there as well. Chris just going to call with his flush draw. It's a 6 of hearts on the river. You can play well.
And you can still get unlucky.
But no, you can play well, you run well. Chris here, river in the flush with the king 7 of hearts. And do you know what? If I'm Lloyd here, Chris didn't bet flop. You expect him to continue flop more often than not with some flush draws. So wouldn't have minded seeing Lloyd go for it there on the river. But obviously wary that Chris will check back some Jack X on this particular board. But Chris now thinking about what size to opt for, what hands are we going to target, and he just sets Lloyd in for just over pot, 9.1 into 8.8. And a quick fold from Lloyd, and Chris Johnson going to take that one.
Tough decision if he's got any jack X in his hand. It's not to be. Still need to get the answer for Sydney. Sydney Button. If you're very low stack to the end of day one, can you surrender your chips? I will find out for you. Do-do-do. 20 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. Well, we have news. You can surrender your stack. Nobody talks about it, and we don't really, to be fair, we don't advertise it, but you can surrender your stack. You literally say, I don't want to bag up my chips, and I'll re-enter tomorrow. Thank you very much. How are the ladies doing from earlier? Well, Katie's had a re-entry and she's on 40,000. Mel Simpson's up to 65,000. And Natalie was on 35,000 the last time I saw her.
Lovely turn here for Jamie.
Yeah.
Like his decision to check this one over to our opponent here. A lot of the time we're going to have our opponent drawing dead. Maybe they might have two outs with a King X in their hand, but we've got two tens to block that out. So now, after it's checked back, we're going to come for value now with our pocket tens. And Marius with the sevens. Going to have a hard time calling this one off. We literally don't need anything here unless Jamie's turning sixes, fives, fours, hands like that into a bluff, or maybe like an ace-5 suited type hand. A better 2.4 here. So Marius with the sevens is getting a good price. Wow, that is a hero call. Call with the sevens on a 4-liner. Definitely
You're not beating much with sevens.
Yeah, the way that hand's played, Jamie can definitely value better Queen Finley there as well. And maybe he's got the chips. He's got 100k. It's only 2.4, ain't it? We got 100k.
Yeah.
Just
that was his
flick
line.
it in. Flick it in. Chris opening the King Jack. I'm going to get some action from Colin. 8-8 deuce, 2 spades. Chris coming in for continuation bet here. Doesn't have to go big on this board and opts for 600 into 3.5. Colin sitting here with the King Queen. like he's not going anywhere. He's going to come in for the float here with the king high.
Yeah, but Sabre here, Bass, it's totally different. If you surrender your stack, you're not guaranteed to make day 2. If you play another day 1, you can't bag up your chips and then play another day 1. You have to tell the dealers you want to surrender your stack and don't bag up the chips, and then you play another day 1 as a new player. So if you surrender your stack, you're not guaranteed to play day 2. If you bag it, obviously, if you bag chips up, then you are.
But Chris might try and fold out a deuce here, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. 1.4k, going to try and act like he's going for thin value here with an ace. He goes really small size here as well. And Colin with the king queen. He's getting a really nice price and a call. Chris, the size Chris has opted for here as well. Story does check out. We've continued with ace high. He's called it with king high, made the call. King jack for Chris, king queen for Colin, and Colin Wu going to take that one down with the king queen.
I wonder what Chris's VPIC is on the feature. He seems to be playing a lot of pots. Have you seen his volume online? He plays live poker like he's playing online. Oh. How long we got left? 15 minutes?